through September 9th, a 3-day session, 2022. If need be, we do have tomorrow, September 8th, and then Friday, September 9th, to be a part of this. If we do, we would go into recess and come back tomorrow each day at 10 a.m. We're here in the Navajo Nation Council Chambers room here in Winter Rock, Arizona. Great Navajo Nation. Like I said, good morning to Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Otto So, who's here in the chambers with us again this morning. Presiding is myself, Seth Thaman, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let's go ahead and get a roll call. Time now is 10:16 a.m.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I'm present. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
This is Delegate Crotty. I'm on the call. Good morning.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty answered. Roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning. I'm present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona is present. Good morning.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Good morning. I'm present.
Honorable Jamie Hino answered. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Got that, Ben.
Honorable Rick Nez answered. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning. Delegate Yellowhair is present. Yate Pena.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Key Allen's present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Speaker, you have 18 members present, including yourself.
Good morning, Delegate Freeland's on the call.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Freeland. 19?
Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, with you, Honorable Freeland, we have 19 members present. Again, good morning to everyone listening in. Thank you very much for being a part of this annual session. Colleagues, we do have 19 members present. It does that require for a quorum. With that, let's go ahead and continue on down to invocation. This time, respectfully ask for Honorable Paul Begay to do an invocation for a budget session. Honorable Paul Begay, if you don't mind.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, our colleagues, staff, and all those that are listening in today. I share the benefit quite the Benny Longo, quite Sinani, quite so there's a given that she could not the whole class or less a question yet at the they thought the Lini, the condition go Nikitchen Hana or Tagichen the Anishkone. Quite a hot some Honey Londo, quite Dishmaster Anna, Tikone, Yahanana Kagi baby, or Jigo quite. A Kenani Credo, Saia, Dishbehan, Yija, Yadash Kido, that is Ado, Kehe. Ecuador speaker Benacha quite Ado he had the code Jungo quite Zade Ado Sainage de Ka Koyateo equal Nahaba Holian on Haidoka the Benbig Ecuador Joe Patia Nini Kedo Lake equal peso EC Bahuin Ingo. Eso chunadi dot in figi na ding dobo ana di ha gibio chunadi dot in kiba $18 ha is conjure the initial she agent from hinan shadid net on the peso ba not ingo it I see go in sakis betrayal I don't know hagi to betrayal I don't the peso navigiati also the not agi betrayal what koti Nina Hokad and any clean ear. Tatabo or Nil answer. I laid out or Nisi Nisa, Quagga ear. Chidney in his heart in leaning ko share. Go in his cut and unload creature. I don't quick in John go a hardy here, even at your echo. As I lengi it is net or less. Or that's a make then link it in the done. Nahaba Holia this string at the end. That is anything in so the nation so then dale at the need a long call eight. It's a neat $8 Holiados, the Lini, the quay Hochipan as they could oh, how you the nay quite a long dollars, even need in her Holiados. The John go a could own hidden at the donor. Ado yat echo cabinet sheet the nest not a night not a heat all six out of the heat in the Hashin Zago whole Jish the national given in ko share far Ado not here now the Honlond or less equal fish pass on plenty out of at hag or the nation here in Washington Holland executive branch or legislative or judicial go ihotego ita oneko share the so khaba holia to jongo iya kikinda shil nishole jongo da ilia dole ado iya di hashinza go holji di point de ateno ado na halkin de ateno nisam de dona ni da selinde ni so doesn't that digi the ko share in lini ko Benedications, Lido, Jango Ian Hikia Pacago, Dahdi, Isochil, Dahsling, Adot Arsenal, Nal Loshing Linida, but that's only go a conta nil, Adochil has H. Latajon, oh, how you heart say, Copajon out, the nil ingo hot down kissing, near garden that they go to, or the Hojon go ea, Naho Arco, could end the hot ego, even just leave it. Harlot Conlini, ECP in Cot ego, Ian, his bar I don't have one has ungot also. Ha Holia, Aho one, Theatri, had neither art, Lehana art the Bovangi, has twin, Zani, near Matson had shay, Nala has skin, Nala art, that Asana, that Ashon. فيها كسبية تحناتي تحناه دي الجيش خبية كنا أكو بأخوي ليا دولار بأكوني تزن دولار شجدة بهش دي ليا دولار هاد إشي تنلين دولار فيكي بهش دي ليا دولار خليها كازيكي بيجي هاد إشي جا أنتي إني يهش تأدت $8 آني تأخوني $8 أكو إيدو بأكيه نتداشون أكوي جيان بچ nature ho kot ego ba hu liado le saha nikiten na sta linki shata katela de nata ha khaoga ta duzonta chena ta iki ke na ha ko e ato na khaba ho liado le shi chidin lini ko ado dan ha chen to e cheda istra jon ko da astra do le ultra idan klin do le يستعمل أشتراكي أكيدنا أكيد نسناقو تأكيد كيستولي هذا شو بطولي جنكو إيكوت إيكو إيا أكيدنا تنزيقو هذا أشتراكو أروح اللي الناس أشتراك بتزيلو كون ده أشتراك أتون خبش خنيلو هاتيشي دن ليشي باش إنسان بحولونكو إنسان يدا أشتراك أكيد أدري كده أشتراك أكيد دارسو that it's a yarn that art for had issued in Lenki Baholongo instant dollars. I don't know Idaho Akota, his Kai Adosala, so that I'm Adon Habashon looks at Akon, Nikaya cargo con darnish, Sapotet not in dark. Yat Egon Han Nahas Kadoles, Pomado Bejeya Nahas Kado, Archinia Nahas Kadoles, what ego ear, Basfatil. I don't know. So it was so big and big. And he has only the never has so Ado was to how so Ado she beat Ado your torch the bench such as so هي بينكو كده هدي سوغي نات جن قبل ديل نشتغل نخاجو بعض يون خو من دولة نخو سان دولة عندي واشنطن كنت قصة عند نات يا ناس هاجين خبا خليا نخو جن قبل دشيل نشتغل إيكو إيا نخان تكي سولة ليف نهتسيش تجي نيتلنجي لا إيكو نخان تكي سولة جو بابي أدو يو كنت إيكو إيا ساتني تليدو لخيبانا أوكان يبيش بانس أني تلنجي جن إيا تقيلني ذات باسي كيدولة أرون هتا كيسا باسي كيدولة يات إيكو كهجي بانسا كيسا إيده بيسو باهو إنتين جنغو إيا نبكيا ديل كيتون جنغو ديل كونت سوغو إيا دي بن بيجي سودزن إشلا دولة نيجي يوت إي جيسوس كرايست بيجي بناشي سودزن دولة Amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paul Brigade, for that wonderful invocation. Thank you very much again to everybody listening in. Good morning. If you're just joining us, we are starting our budget session for the 24th, in our fourth year of the 24th Navajo Nation Council session. With that, colleagues, we did get our invocation. Let's go ahead and continue on down on our proposed agenda. I do have item number 2, which is recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation at this time. Colleagues, with that, is there any recognitions? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go down to item number 3, review and adopt agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read the agenda into the record, we can go from there.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, this is the proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council budget session via telecommunications, September 7th to the 9th, 2022, 10 a.m. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, 1 Route Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, old business, none. 5, new business A, legislation 0152-22. 6, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Vice Chair Smith. Second, Halana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, on our agenda, there's a motion by Vice Chair Smith, second by Honorable Halona. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions? Well, in this case, comments or questions?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Claudia.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Floor is
Oh,
yours.
yeah, thanks, Speaker. Colleagues, appreciate the prayer, Shiash. Thank you, Speaker, for the floor. I did have a question regarding the agenda. I received a memo from the Division of Community Development that they are prepared to provide a report to Council regarding the shortfalls in current projects. Speaker, have you received any request to provide a report, or what was the process in terms of how the council was going to receive that information from the division? If I could have that question answered, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On our agenda, 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Madam Chair, I just talked with the staff, and we had not received any kind of report request, or we did initially ask for Division of Community Development to prepare a report and that was a written report that they did complete. I would say probably a month and a half ago. As you know, there was many questions on that written report to state that it should be updated further due to the fact that there was numerous different projects that a lot of our colleagues did indicate that there was their projects were not on that shortfall listing. And they asked, or again, we asked Division of Community Development that time to go back and thoroughly look through their all their projects and see what the official shortfall listing is, and make sure that that is something that they could give back to members of the council, correct information. Since that time, Madam Chair, we have not received any other further update. There has been a couple of sidebar conversations with the division stating that, to answer the question, I have had a couple of conversations with CPMD myself personally, just for the fact that I was following up on our projects in in my region, but there was still not a complete overall listing that was done, and this was probably about a week and a half ago. Madam Chair, I'm not too sure if you have something that was given to you, but we can reach out again to the Division of Community Development, but I would like to hear your response, Madam Chair.
Yes, Speaker, if this is not being taken up of my time for clarification, at the Budget and Finance, there is a directive on this legislation to have a meeting regarding the shortfall of projects. In response to that directive, Budget and Finance Committee received a memo from the Division Director, Dr. Pearl Yellowman, that they are prepared, and I could find the memo and give it to your staff, Speaker. I'm here in Windrock. And would be able to give that information to the council, because, Speaker, with this funding, the 27 or whatever amount is left, that was going to be identified for those shortfall of projects, so that there wouldn't be a reversion of either state funding or the other funding to get those projects completed. Speaker, that's my understanding. I will grab the memo and bring it over to you and your staff. Or if Chairman Henyo is on the line, or Ms. Malchai is on the line, who have that memo and can send it over to your office. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair Crowdy, in reviewing the committee report right now, there is no directive in the committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee. One, two, if staff can, wherever you're at, Madam Chair, we can meet, get that directive, or Ms. Nakai, I don't know if you have that. Ms. Peggy Nakai, if you're staff.
Speaker,
On the line, maybe you have that document, you can email that over to Chief of Staff or Mr. Rico, the document from CPMD or Division of Community Development.
Speaker Damon, this is Peggy. May I speak?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just barely sent you the memo that was sent out to the Division of Community Development for that directive. I sent it out by email at about 10:38 to you and Mr. Rico. It's not signed. I can scan the one that we had signed if you prefer that one to be sent out to the council.
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that and I'll send that forward.
Thank you, Masaka, with that. Madam Chair, as soon as we get that information, we can send that out to the council as indicated. That's just barely being sent over. And I'm sorry, Madam Chair, there is no, just says update, looking at the committee report, there is no directive that is in there. I don't know if there was a directive that was voted on and maybe it was not put into the committee report, but that probably needs to have clarity too as well. And I'd look to the chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee to see if that is something the committee needs to have some kind of action on. Madam Chair, I don't know if you wanted to respond without taking time off. Madam Chair Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker Damon. I'm walking into the chambers to give you my printed out memo. But, I'll just need advisement because we do need to understand the funding shortfall because that will impact in terms of how this council makes amendments and utilizes the permanent trust fund excess funding. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As soon as we can get this scanned and send out, there was a memo dated August 29th asking for the update to the Navajo Nation Council. And this was a directive that was passed by the Budget and Finance Committee, sent over to Madam Interim Controller Elizabeth Brigade, Director of Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Dominic Bial, Chief of Staff from the Office of President, Vice President, Paul Sanchaco, and the Division Director from Community Development, Dr. Pearl Yellerman. With that, Dr. Yellerman, are you on the line to complete? I guess it sounds like there was a open communication from yourself to say that you and your department is ready to produce an updated overall presentation on capital project funding shortfall regarding to legislation 0152-22. Dr. Yellerman? Chief of Staff, Mr. Paul Sanchaco?
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Dr. Yellerman is getting on the line.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Good morning.
Nope. Good morning.
Honorable delegates and Speaker, I'm on the line.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Yellerman. This is Speaker Damon. Thank you very much for getting along. It's good to hear your voice, first and foremost. Welcome to our session. The request, I guess, is there was a directive that was passed back on August 29th by the Budget and Finance Committee to have an update on the Navajo Nation Council's, actually, the Navajo Nation's capital outlay or capital projects funding shortfalls. And it seemed that you did receive that directive, and there has been an understanding that you might be ready to have a presentation to be given on that directive. That's the question I'm asking right now, as members of the council are asking to see if there was any kind of update regarding the shortfall due to the fact that there are some funds from the permanent trust fund excess income that is available, and that might be put towards those shortfalls. So that there's just that question. Dr. Yellowman, do you have a presentation that's ready right now?
Thank you, Speaker. And again, good morning to our honorable leaders. We have been working towards meeting that directive. We have compiled projects for our shortfall or for potential shortfall or identified shortfalls. And we try to compile the data by agencies for the delegates to read. But Speaker, if I could present that information later today, or I can be available, and we do have the data that was requested. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Lurleen.
Well, hold on, Mr. Pahi, let me go back to DCD first. So just as a direct response, do you have a presentation that you're able to, that's ready to go? Dr. Yellowman? Or a report? Something to update, or is that something that you're still compiling?
I do, Speaker, or we do Division of Community Development. We do, but I am away from my desk right now. I'm working with the Nut Etzil community right now chapter, and I can prepare to present to council today if I'm asked. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, and there, you will most likely, there's probably going to be a request that as of right now to ask of that. So, all right, with that, Mr. Pahi, are you wanting to speak on the request, or?
Yes, sir. Just briefly.
Mr. Pahi, go ahead.
Thank you. Related to this matter, OLC did prepare the amendment that was discussed at the Navajo committee meeting between Delegate Begay and Delegate Crotty. This amendment was sent out at 10:22 a.m., providing for a $30,000 allocation.
That's not the same. That's not the same, Mr. Pahi. We're talking about
I understand.
a shortfall.
I understand. CPMD did provide a listing for that. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that, Madam Chair, just to answer your question, Madam Chair Crotty, seems like there is a somewhat of a presentation that could be but not a full presentation on the whole shortfall. And Dr. Yellowman would need some time to get back to her office so that she can get it done. So I could turn it back over to you, Madam Chair Crotty, if you want to make that motion.
Division of Community. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to add the report for Division of Community Development. Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time.
Every time at 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Colleagues, we are on review and adopt the agenda at this time. We do have a motion second. I do have an amendment number 1. And that amendment number 1 is to add on a report from Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Paulson Chaco, Dominic Bial, Ms. Elizabeth Begay. And primary focus is to make sure that we get an update on the shortfall for all capital projects across the whole Navajo Nation in regards to additional questions that colleagues might have to information and I guess appropriation levels of what is in legislation 0152-22, which is the comprehensive budget for fiscal year 2023. That, colleagues, on amendment number 1. Is there a second? This is a report. Second by Chair Charles Newton. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. Morning, Honorable Helena, here in the chambers. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? Yeah. This will be a new item number 4. Receiving a report before old business. Yes. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer. Roll call. I'm sorry. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Helena votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Yeah, green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, voorzitter, show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
This Doug Elmer gave votes green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on amendment number 1, 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on back now. On to read and adopt the agenda. We're back to the main motion. Any other further comments or questions at this time? If there are none, I'm gonna go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Crotty, again, good morning. You have 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the main motion for our agenda.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the report. I have no other items to add, but Speaker, if we could ask if Ms. Barbara, our legislative counsel, my only concern is when it comes to the budget, we should provide accurate information to the council. So if her team with Ms. Tapahi can all get on one, what is that called? One position, so that we provide accurate information to delegates, as it is a challenge to call in and to review the budget items. We just want to make sure when our legislative council is providing commentary that it is requested and accurate information. Thank you, Speaker. And I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. With that, thank you, Ms. Barbara, if there was that request.
Thank you, Speaker. That is noted and appreciated that Delegate Crotty did recognize how challenging doing the budget online is or virtually, but most certainly Office of Legislative Counsel will all get on the same page. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, then, colleagues, we are back on the main motion. Is there any other further comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. With that, Mr. Rico, before we go to vote, could you do a second reading with one amendment, and then we'll go to the board.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council, you have one amendment. Amendment number 1 is an update report on the capital projects funding shortfall provided by the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development. This report will be provided by Dr. Pearl Yellman, DCD Director, Mr. Paulson Chaco, OPVP Chief of Staff, Mr. Dominic Biel, OMB Director, and Ms. Elizabeth Begay, Interim Controller, Office of the Controller. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, let's go to the board. Let's vote on our agenda with one amendment.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Yeah, looks great. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Did you get one of these?
Delegate Paul
Honor-
gave votes green.
No.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty,
Shannon, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Kenya votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate Chan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So,
Vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. Lost my pin. Okay, here it is. That, colleagues, 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, or speaker not voting in this case, on the main motion to accept our agenda with one amendment. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down as we have an approved agenda for today and tomorrow and Friday if needs be. We are on to item number 4, which is receiving reports. And again, we did have an amendment to the agenda to have a report heard from Dr. Yellowman. Additional information, if need be, from Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco, Mr. Bial, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and Interim Controller on Ms. Elizabeth B.A. from the Office of the Controller, you and your team. If there's any further clarity as well you want to bring to the subject. This is in regards, colleagues, to the Navajo Nation's overall capital projects funding shortfall, and in equivalent to having additional funds that are coming down from the permanent trust fund, annual income, and in this case, excess income that did not go to the general funds that could be utilized for the shortfall. So at this time, I'm going to turn the floor over to Dr. Yellowman for our report at this time.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Yes. Point of privilege by Madam Chair, Charles Zoon.
Thank you, Speaker. My point of privilege is the document that was brought up by Delegate Crotty. Was that sent to us, as well as any report that will be provided to us by Acting Controller Bigay? Thank you, Speaker.
Did you send this out? That one? Yeah. And did you say acting by Madam Chair Charles Zoon? You mean any documents that were sent out from Dr. Yellowman's shop or from the controller's office?
Speaker, any documents that would be relating to the presentation that will be given to us today. Thank you.
I know Mr. Rico is sending out the document, the memo that was actually a directive from the Budget and Finance Committee to those named individuals that I did include just now. But as of right now, we don't have anything else. Dr. Yellowman, I don't know if you have a presentation that you have put together that you can send over. You're more than welcome to share your screen, as always. Then we can send that information out. But again, as of right now, Madam Chair, the only thing we have is a directive memo from the Budget and Finance Committee. With that, I'm gonna go over.
Good morning.
Dr. Yellowman, floor is yours at this time.
Okay, good morning, Nana Doyate, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning, and I do have a listing to share and a listing that we can send out. The listing will be coming from our senior accountant, Mr. Lydell Davis, and we'll be sending that to Sherilyn Yazzie, Chief of Staff, and Mr. Rico for him to disseminate. And I'll try my best to share it on the screen here. And then I'm going to switch over from my cell to my laptop here. And I was giving a ARPA presentation to Honorable Raymond Smith's chapters. And then I left here. So Speaker, I'll just move on to my laptop here and then present my screen. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay.
Dr. Yeoman. Oh. Right, there it is.
Okay, apologize for that, speaker. I was just trying to get on my screen all the necessary information. So what we do have before you is a first draft or first phase of submissions from our project managers on the shortfall or projected shortfalls of what we're experiencing right now. Our project managers and our CPMD department right now, they're managing over several hundreds of projects. So I want to make sure that when we were given this directive, I want to break down what the task involved. And you can see some of the numbers here as well. The task that was given to DCD and CPMD was to provide the estimated cost or the shortfall amount. But I just want to share with the honorable members of the council and leadership that there's several factors that contribute to a shortfall amount. And I can explain, as you might see in some of these projects. So if a project was funded in column D here, if you see that it says the original funding amount, if the project was funded, for example, for just planning, and it was funded for $100,000 for just planning, and it completed the planning phase, that may not constitute a shortfall for the whole project. It may just constitute that it needs additional funding for next phase, which might be design and then construction. So I want to make sure that there's several factors that contribute to understanding what a shortfall is. On the other hand, if a project was funded for construction, full construction, and it was funded for complete design build or plan to build, that it was fully funded at $3.5 million for a complete new building, and the shortfall amount is $500,000 to construct and to fully complete the construction of that project, that constitutes a shortfall. And in order to complete that phase of that project, there is a shortfall. So that's really important when we look at each of these projects. And because of those differences in the amount that was originally allocated and the difference between the amount needed either to complete the project in that original phase or to complete it to construction, is a tremendous task, and has really shifted us to concentrate on this fully. And as a result, in order to get through all of our projects, Speaker, we would need a little bit more time to complete that task for each project for the directive. So I'll go ahead and proceed here. So on the top of my list here, we have capital outlay projects. We did color code them. There are some projects that were recently funded under CJY 30-22. There are some New Mexico funded projects. The reason why we have New Mexico funded projects, or the reason why we look at New Mexico funded projects, because these have strict timelines. And in order to complete these and honor our IGAs, we try to stay, or try our best to stay within these New Mexico funded timelines. And then we have citizen projects. So also for citizen projects, respectfully, I was not here in 2017 and 2018 when those projects were submitted. Some of those projects may have been submitted as an estimate. And now 2019, 2020, a lot of those projects went into a planning and design phase. And then in order to complete those citizen projects, and in order to complete or achieve full construction, those estimated cost projects or estimated projects will see a shortfall. And those shortfalls are still being determined because those may have been at an estimated cost from 2017, 2018, but our project managers and CPMD are still working on that. Also, Speaker and honorable members of council, I also want to share that the shortfall is the byproduct of the pandemic we experienced. And pre-COVID, some of these projects could have achieved construction, but most definitely post-COVID, these projects have been impacted by the cost of materials, the cost of shipment, and the cost of supplies, and in some cases, the shortage of construction companies to complete these projects. When I say a shortage in supplies or a shortage in materials or a cost increase in materials, that includes like steel, that includes concrete, that includes the water it takes to ship the water to the construction site, gas, diesel fuel. All of those items have increased in the last year and a half and have impacted all of the projects. So post-pandemic, we are looking at a spike or high rise. Pre-pandemic, we had projects at around $550 a square foot. That was still high, but most recently, post-pandemic, we are looking at about $900 a square foot. And that's significant. That is hugely significant. And there's contributing factors to what brings a building to $900 a square foot. Some of that is, again, materials and supplies. Some of that is our payment process. And of course, some of that is our vendors needing to meet the contracts or what's stated within the contracts. So there's a lot that goes into bringing down that square footage. So I'll proceed here. So for Eastern Agency, this is what we have in our spreadsheet. And when you look at the spreadsheet, column A is the chapter, column B is the project title, column C is the original funded amount. So for example, there was a Lake Valley project number 5. There's a power line extension construction. The original funded amount was $95,000, but there's now a shortfall amount of $300,000 to complete that project. The new estimated cost for this project for the power line extension is $395,000. So when you look at column C is the original funded amount. Column D is the shortfall amount. This is estimated by both the chapters and project managers who've been working together on those projects. And E is the new estimated cost or the new estimated cost needed to complete either that phase of the project or to get the project to completion through construction. So I want to make sure that you're understanding the columns. And then the last column is F, the council delegate. So for Eastern Agency, there's a total of 10 projects that our project managers have been working on for this task and updated information for this particular directive. The original funded amount for those 10 projects was $5,375,000. The shortfall amount requested to either get those projects to the next phase is $27,757,500. And the new estimated cost for those projects, which is a combination of both D and E, is now $33,132,500. So Speaker, I can go through each agency, and I hope that this was emailed also by Mr. Davis to Madam Chief of Staff. So for Western Agency, these are not all the projects, but these are the projects that our project managers have been working on and have submitted for this directive and are still working on additional projects. But for Western Agency, we have looked at 4 projects. The original funded amount was $2,233,333. The new estimated, the shortfall is for the 4 projects, $11,346,064.88. And the new estimated cost of the projects is $13,579,397. Going on to Fort Defiance Agency, our project managers worked on this task for up to 13 projects. The original funded amount was $14,099,666.67. The shortfall amount is $71,650,000. The new estimated cost for these projects is $85,749,066.67. For Northern Agency, our project managers have updated 7 projects that were originally funded at $2,895,000. The shortfall amount that we're looking at for these projects is $17,908,167.22. The new estimated cost is $20,803,167.22. Chinle Agency, our project managers updated up to 4 projects. The original funded amount was $2,068,230.50 for 4 of those projects. The shortfall requested amount is $2,320,000, and the estimated total amount for the project to get to its next phase is $4,388,230.50. And then the chapter shortfall, or the chapter heavy equipment legislation, we are experiencing a shortfall with those projects. The original, what is left with within the legislation and what was appropriated is $6,215,301.01. What is a shortfall is $300,000. What will allow us to complete that particular legislation is $6,515,301.01. The shortfall is $300,000. The original total, or the original funded amount for the projects that have been submitted and updated as of today, the original was $32,886,531. The shortfall request, or the shortfall amount, is $131,281,732. To complete these particular projects that I'm presenting here is $164,168,263. Speaker, we do still have project managers that are working on other projects and still updating those projects. Overall, aside from the directive, this is a major task and is still something that we're working on and something that we probably will recruit for additional help to help our whole division on all of these projects. And again, CPMD is facilitating a little over 200 projects total. So Speaker, that's the information I have today, and I will be here for questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much with that, Dr. Yeoman. Is there any other comments, I guess, from Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco at this time?
Speaker, I don't have any other questions, Mr. Speaker, or any other further clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, Mr. Dominic Vial, anything else from OMB?
Mr. Speaker, members of council, I don't have anything further to add to Dr. Yellman's report. And furthermore, I haven't seen it, so I request that a copy be sent. That's my comment at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rico. Manny Rico just sent that to you, Mr. Rial. That, Madam Controller, any other further comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to work with Dr. Yellman on her list. We need to identify the percentage of completion based on their original funded amount against their expenditures. Also, there's another calculation on percentage of completion by project milestone. So we need to work on that in order for us to identify an accurate shortfall for each project. So we'll be working with Dr. Yellman on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, we did get a presentation on our report. So let me go ahead and get let me get a motion accepting a report at this time. Is there a motion? Motion, Honorable Holona.
Vice Chair Smith.
Report. Second by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, on our report that's been given to us today, are there any comments or questions at this time?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Yellowhair, then Madam Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker Sheha, my colleague Sheha, Shemayaz and St. Clair Sheha. I don't have a copy on my laptop to that information that was given by Dr. Yellman. Can I have a copy too? Yeah, Speaker, that's just my my request. Yeah. So.
Honorable Yellowhair, they did send that out. And she was asking you another copy right now. Okay, that moving on down, Madam Chair Crotty, good morning again, midday. Floor is yours on the report motion.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the report. So in the budget and finance, the OMB unmet needs, there was, on the last page of the unmet needs was the shortfall project listing. I think initial plan, or what was presented to budget and finance, was there would be a discussion and to identify funding to, or the funding was identified, it was the permanent trust fund excess. But this balance for new estimated costs needed, this is $164+ million. At best, we may potentially have $20 million of permanent trust fund excess funding. What then, where as a council and understanding the priorities, are any of these projects subject to a state reversion? In my district, some of our projects, or at least one of our projects, has been reverted back to the state of New Mexico, and that would have been bathroom additions for the community of Red Valley. And so I need to understand, in looking at this list, how do we move forward with these funding costs, and then what are the priorities? And that's where I think we need to have these leadership discussions on how we're going to, are these projects then feasible, or if there's no commitment from leadership, this council, this president, to move forward with these projects, do they just wait in abatement and have their projects continue to increase? That's what I was hoping to hear from this report, in terms of if they are in a phase of their project, then identifying which projects then this is needed for their next phase, and then what is the capacity of community development, since you have your ARPA, your CIHASEN, your state projects, and how are you building up capacity to then give some of this authority, or have the certified LGA chapters start doing some more of their project management, or building up and providing assistance so that they can move forward with these projects instead of just relying solely on DPMD or other DCD programs. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker Delegate James.
2 minutes and 8 seconds, Madam Chair.
Yeah, add Delegate James to the listing, Speaker.
Yes, good morning, Honorable. Actually, good midday, I guess. Honorable Vince James, before I go to you, I'm going to go back to Dr. Yellowman for a response at this time. And if there's anything to add from Mr. Paulson Chaco.
Okay, yeah, Nana, Speaker Damon, Otto, Nana Shadeja, Delegate Crowdy, yeah. The listings for New Mexico capital outlay, we do have a separate listing for New Mexico capital outlay projects. I know CPMD and New Mexico IAD had a recon meeting last Friday to go over those projects. The last reversion date was June 30th, 2022. The next ending date is July 30th, 2023. And our projects are listed in those listings. When projects reversions do occur, some projects are completed and there's a balance left over. Sometimes those amounts are reverted, and so there's a reversion there. But we did try our best to complete all of the bathroom additions during the pandemic through CARES Act funds and through a master contract that we worked with NECA on. So we can go back, and I do have members on our call right now from DCD to bring up exactly the bathroom additions you may be referring to. to which Speaker, I could also recommend that I have some leadership meetings by council delegate regions on these shortfall listings. But I'll proceed to the next question. Delegate Crotty asked about ARPA and our capacity to respond to these projects. And certainly DCD has received a tremendous amount of projects. In 2019, we did have projects under Citizen, and there was projects under New Mexico Capital Outlay. Citizen was roughly around 149 projects, and then New Mexico Capital Outlay projects. And then there were prior years projects. With the increase of CARES Act funds in 2020, our project listings shot up about 200%. And then consecutively with New Mexico Capital Outlay being funded annually since 2019, we're now managing over 200 plus projects, which has doubled from 2019. And not to mention that we experienced and felt the impacts of COVID in DCD and among our division and employees. That being said, it did take us a little over a year, but we did establish an IDIQ, an indefinite in quantity delivery for services for A&E, and we are issuing out or awarding for the IDIQ. Our IDIQ is specific to DCD. We have been reliant and been thankful and appreciative of NDOT assisting us, DCD, over the last year and a half. DCD, we did facilitate out of the CARES Act, the $714 million. We facilitated about 24% of that 714 million. It was around 184 million. And we did utilize portions of the NDOT IDIQ to assist us and to work with NTUA and NECA on all those projects. Because of that, we started working on our own IDIQ that will help the chapters and DCD complete a lot of these projects. There's two phases to the IDIQ. One is the A&E, so we have architectural and engineering phase or scope of work that we solicit for or we request for, and that's what a lot of our projects need. The second is something we're still working on, but it's an IDIQ for construction. That will allow us to task out construction projects to awarded companies through the IDIQ. So the first one, the A&E IDIQ, has been completed, and the second for construction is something we're working on, but we're hopeful that we can get to here in the next few months. With ARPA, there are under CJN 29-22, there's 14 total sections in the ARPA. 3 of them are non-infrastructure related. The 3 that are not infrastructure related are the hardship, contingency, and the refund or the administrative funds going back to the FRF pot. The remaining 11 sections are infrastructure related. We have been, since CARES Act funds, moving forward with our infrastructure delivery group or our infrastructure delivery team. And that's the team that has allowed us to complete the IDIQ, hire or establish positions for the chapters in DCD. Altogether, ARPA legislation or ARPA funds is advertising for 188 positions. Of those 88 positions, 56 are the positions that DCD have created for project planners, project estimators, accountants, or account maintenance. So those are positions that we have been trying to advertise. I'm actually out here with several chapters today. I brought applications and even having a hiring booth here during the ARPA presentation as well. So we're doing our best to let people know that these are positions that leadership has helped us create. These are positions that we hope to bring home qualified individuals. And these are positions that are needed at the chapter level. And we have been getting inquiries. We do work closely with the FRF office, and we work closely with DPM to assess or to review these projects. So I'll continue. So that's our plan to move forward on our capacity. And also the legislation allows for chapters in Section 3 for the delegate regional expenditure plan to also hire further additional project consultants. So that is also an option available for the expenditure plans as well, which we share with the chapters. I believe there was a comment about certified, non-certified. For citizen, there was an option for the drawdown to happen for the chapters, for certified chapters. To date, very little chapters have requested for the drawdown. There have been some chapters that have requested for the drawdown, and we have been working steadily on making that happen. But for the ARPA legislation, that is immediately identified through the 8.8 million expenditure, delegate expenditure plan for the certified chapters to receive funding as a subrecipient to the amount agreed upon or the amount that has been provided through the expenditure plan for the certified chapters to facilitate and administer their projects. So I believe, Speaker, that will conclude my response to Delegate Crotty. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman. That, Mr. Chaco, anything else to add on?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and also honorable members, 24th Nomination Council. I believe Dr. Yellowman covered all those areas that the questions that were posed by Honorable Delegate Crotty. So I don't have any further remarks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. I do have Honorable Vince James. Good morning. Actually, good afternoon. Wow, still midday. Good midday, Honorable Vince James. The floor is yours at this time. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Going twice. Vince James going 3 times. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are there any other further comments or questions? As we have got a have received a presentation on behalf of a shortfall for capital projects on the Navajo Nation from Division of Community Development. Are there any other further comments or questions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I do have a question.
Yes, good midday, Madam Chair. The floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the presentation, Ms. Yellowman. My question is, you had stated earlier that the shortfall is really a result of COVID and the cost of, I guess, the increase in cost that we're starting to see across the board with a lot of projects. Can I ask, are you looking to fund all of the projects with what's happening right now, or are you looking to fund only those projects that are 100% ready to go based on, what's happening in the market today or as of, this week? And the reason why I asked that question is, in terms of, if we were to give you a little bit more money, are those, I'd hate to see a project that's only 10% complete as in the planning part, and we're giving you extra funds for that. So can you clarify? I reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With that, reserve time at 4 minutes.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Mr. Chair, Seth Damon. So.
Honorable Eugene So, let me go ahead and put you in the queue. I'm going to go back to, at this time, Dr. Yellowman or Chief of Staff, Mr. Paulson Chaco, to go ahead and respond. Dr. Yellowman or Chief of Staff.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Delegate Charles Newton. Essentially, and that's a great question, and essentially what that is a construction shortfall plan. And that construction shortfall plan is what we were working on. So there's several parts to the question. One is some projects, like projects that may be state funded, those have timelines. So those are projects that one is a project that we're closely monitoring to avoid any type of reversion, but they may be experiencing a shortfall. And then there's projects that in the scope of the pandemic, projects that have a big impact in mitigating the pandemic. So for example, during ARPA, there were submissions for projects like a flea market expansion. And with all due respect, I'm not discrediting that type of project, but that may have an economic contribution, and it may be part of the recovery for COVID or the recovery for government economic stability. I understand that. But when we come to mitigating COVID, the projects that really assist community members in mitigating COVID are electricity, power line projects, home connectivity, bathroom additions, house wiring, housing. So in essence, those are some leadership questions that involve leadership, as well as here we have 200 plus projects. All the projects are important to each community, but in the scope of being post-pandemic and still mitigating COVID, do we look at the projects that have the greater impact to community wellness? Or do we also look at projects that are time sensitive to avoid any type of reversions, do we look at projects that could really be held off for a short period of time, and we suspend some of those projects until the market allows us to be a little bit more for us to be better connoisseurs of the construction market. And then we suspend some of those projects. Those are projects, those are strong considerations we take when we look at these projects. And then, of course, we communicate to chapters as well and bring to leadership's attention. It's not just a shortfall. The other thing too, and this is very kind of rare, but a chapter may have just only intended to plan for the planning phase of the project. And in essence, there's no shortfall because they haven't quite initiated the steps for the next phase. So I wanted to be very careful with that, because if we allow for, and respectfully speaking, if we allow for chapters to say we're going to address shortfall, then almost every project under the sun is a shortfall and would get in line. But if working with leadership, we identify those criteria, and like I mentioned, we are working on that construction completion plan, then we prioritize and establish those criteria for what it is we're really trying to accomplish right now, post-pandemic. So I will also turn to the Chief of Staff for any additional comments to that, Speaker, but that will conclude my response to Delegate Charles Newton. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. Going on down, colleagues. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours at this time.
Christina Arnold.
Oh.
Seth Damon.
Oh.
The pleasure being part of this outfit. Brand 24 NNC. And Arnold 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates there. Alana, those Ashina. The Snedo that she must target into the universe. The day is a beautiful day. We can walk in the grass with seed heads beginning to flourish more next year. Yeah. It's all maybe just like a comet or the way beyond the next going still outside. In the chapter has it over Kada. It has not Kalam, so I get another on that I not get another that excuse me on that language. As a bohan that just the project stage has it alien thought on any as Dr. Yelman in that regards. Thank you. Seth Damon. Also, reserve my time if we're going to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. Reserve your time at 4 minutes. That, let me go ahead and go back to Dr. Yellowman. Any response at this time?
Thank you, Speaker. Arayate, Delegate Eugene. So the Kidigi a Chinle chapter house. Our project managers, they're still updating the listing. So it's not that it's not that a shortfall may not exist for the project or for the chapter house. It's more likely that our project managers are still working on the project and identifying areas for any potential shortfall. So I can inquire with CPMD to see how close they are to getting to that particular project. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Before I go back to reserve time, is there any other further comments or questions?
Delegate James, Speaker.
Well, Vic James. I can come back to you, Honorable James. I did call on you, but Honorable James, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Don. Another speaker, other members of the council. Other Nana Kodo presenters, no Hlaniki and Hito Shahat. My question is going to be pertaining to OMB, Mr. Bial. In regards to business unit numbers, how many of the listing that we just reviewed by Dr. Yellowman, how many of those projects have business unit numbers? And some of these CSM projects don't even have business unit numbers yet. And we're going on beyond 5 years. So that's my first question. My second question is going to be, how many staff do you have that's working on creating and establishing business unit numbers for a lot of these projects? Number 3 is, do we have an individual either at Division of Community Development or at the FRF office that can create the business unit numbers? Because that's one of the main issues of moving forward with a lot of our chapter projects or any projects throughout the nation. And when you call OMB, there's no immediate attention or any immediate response. And I can use this as an example. It's going on 3 weeks now since I emailed Mr. Bial requesting an update of where the business unit number is for all of those projects that were approved under legislation 063 with the Ganado Senior Center projects, the Ganado Senior Veterans, and the Senior Project. So my question to Mr. Bial is, how definitely do we have commitment from you and your staff to create these business unit numbers in a timely manner? And do we need to establish some sort of a time frame that a lot of these projects should only stay 3 days or 4 days at least at your department to establish these business unit numbers for a lot of these projects to move forward? Those will be my 5 questions. Thank you, Speaker. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Let me go back to Dr. Yellowman. Dr. Yellowman, and if there's a response from Mr. Bial. Or Chief Chaco, if you want to say anything too as well.
Mr. Speaker, this is Dominic Bial.
Good afternoon. Mr. Bial, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the council. Responding to Delegate James. Earlier I made a remark that I hadn't seen this particular list that has now been provided by Dr. Yellowman and DCD. And looking at it, I notice that it doesn't designate any BUs for any of them. Now that doesn't mean they don't have any, but just that I have just now received this. I can't say offhand how many, if any, or if all of them have business units so far. and we would have to look into it further. One of our deficiencies, you could say, is that we have 6 budgeted positions who work with these project budgets, the initial setup and so forth. But there's only 3 staff on board at the moment. So there's 3 vacancies. And it's been like that now for some time. So it's one of those situations where, like the entire tribal government, as well as the states and even the private sector, it's hard to fill these positions. So we only have half of the staff we normally would to handle this activity. Quite frankly, I think it's probably similar over at DCD. Now, furthermore, I can add that the business units, when we set it up, give it a number, and then establish a budget, that depends on whoever is managing the project, whether it be the chapter or DCD. They need to prepare all the required budget forms, the paperwork, and so forth. And once it's submitted, then we work to execute it. So that's how it works. So we need to use DCD in every instance on initial budget setup, business unit numbers, and then furthermore from there. Mr. Speaker, that's my reply at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Y'all. That is there any other further response at this time from Dr. Yellowman or Chief of Staff Paul Chaco?
Mr. Speaker, this is Paulson. Good afternoon. I don't have any further comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Dr. Yellowman?
Mr. Speaker, and just in response to Delegate Bench James Ashiaj, I know we have staff who are working on addressing those recently funded projects under CJY 30-22. So we'll continue to work on that and update the projects or the communities and chapters and delegates who are identified in that legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. With that,
Point of privilege, Delegate James.
Dr. Yeoman, with that point of privilege, Honorable Vince James, what is your point of privilege this afternoon?
My point of privilege is I'd like to hear the response from Chief of Staff on the plan on how to expedite and speed up the process of creating business unit numbers for these projects. What is the plan from Office and President and Vice President's office, working directly with Division of Community Development and OMB? What is the plan? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would then go refer back to Dr. Yellowman on that question on privilege. Or even Mr. Paul Chaco.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also honorable members of the 24th Navajo Council, and to speak to the question by Honorable Delegate James. As you heard from Mr. Bial, there is a capacity issue with not only OMB, but throughout the whole Navajo Nation. We do have positions that are available. However, we can't seem to get the qualified people to apply for those positions. However, the option that I've asked the division directors is to have additional help, outside help, not from some consulting teams to help expedite some of this, but that is something that we are now working with the divisions at this point. It's not only OMB, it's DCD, it's at OOC, it's throughout the whole Navajo Nation. We have even at Fish and Wildlife, we have been trying to advertise for positions, biological services position, and it's like that across the board. So we're addressing that through various sources. Like for instance, we have to take a look at the wage scale, the salary scale. We have to take a look at all of those areas that that deal with personnel. So, but the plan is to see if we can expedite some of these projects through, as Dr. Yellman indicated, to hire additional project managers through outsourcing, so using some consulting teams. So that's what we're doing in the short term, but the long term, we do have a plan that we're working on with all of the divisions right now. So we'll be sharing that with council here shortly. So Speaker, thank you. I don't know if Dr. Yellman has anything to add. Thank you.
Dr. Yellman?
I just want to add that prior to the pandemic, we and still are, we were working closely with OMB, and we were having internal Navajo Nation recon meetings on these projects. And those recon meetings were between OOC, OMB, INDOT, Water Resources, and DCD. And they allowed us to review business unit numbers, payouts, et cetera. So it was well coordinated. And so I appreciate working with OOC and OMB. And then fast forward during the CARES Act funds and ARPA funds, we've just taken on so much more tasks that now we're having the same coordination, but more of on a grander level. But we do have staff that will work with OMB to revisit the recently funded projects. Some of these projects are already have business unit numbers established, to the exception of one or two that may be brand new, that might be in the Westwater community. But looking at the list here, these projects already have business unit numbers. So we'll work and update the delegates that are identified in these projects, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Yellman. That and Chief of Staff, Ms. Chaco, for your response. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Chairman Daniel So in the queue. Before I go back to reserve time, Chairman Daniel So, the floor is yours at this time.
Speaker Damon, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Ocean and I, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislative staff, and Dr. Yellman, and executives. In looking at the spreadsheet that has been mailed out, there's no projects for the 8 chapters I represent. However, my name is listed over in Fort Defiance Agency. So I must be a new delegate over there for Beechwood Springs Chapter Master Track Plan. I'm just wondering if that's just a typographical error. We do have projects that would be within the capital outlay, but my question is, those projects that were recently funded, at the top of the spreadsheet, you cite CJY 30-22. And right away, that's not even a few months away, and we have several projects that are already short funded. What is the cause of that? Inflation certainly doesn't occur within those 2 months. Did we just have poor estimation, or are these basically set up to be short funded? And it seems like we're going outside of that particular legislation to keep pumping more money into these projects. Do you have an explanation? I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Chairman Daniel, so. Let me go ahead and go back to Dr. Yeoman or Mr. Paul Chaco. Any response at this time?
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Daniel. So just so I understand your question on CJY 30-22, the legislation was signed into law August 8th, but the projects, some of the projects that were funded or appropriated under that legislation were projects that were established prior or during the pandemic. So the shortfall did not, was not created from the time it was legislated to the creation of the listing that I shared with council. It was identified in the listing that I shared with council about half an hour ago, and we highlighted it in green just to show that that was appropriated or the shortfall was addressed under that legislation. So just kind of going off the top of my head here, under CJY 30-22, the Ganado Senior Center and Veterans Project, that was originally funded in 2020, at the very beginning of COVID, out there at the designated area of Ganado. And in my conversations with our project managers and getting updates, some of the areas for completion was there was areas with the construction company to complete certain areas of the project. And our project managers have worked really hard on keeping it within the scope, not allowing the projects to move greatly beyond the scope. And sometimes this is what I mean. Sometimes a project gets funded, a project gets funded at 2 million, but we may get bids back from contractors, or we may get bids back, and the molding on the project or the the different type of paint may be beyond what we had in our contract or our scope of work. And that's where we have to talk the contractors down to have a reasonable cost on paint, et cetera. So our PMs work really hard in working with the contractors to stay within that designated amount. So I know what the Ganado Senior Center project, our project managers did that, but there was still a shortfall of the 1.6 million. I know that the Tuba City Senior project is several years old. It has gone through several modifications over the last years. It's a citizen project, and post.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Paulson-Chaco? With that, sorry, Chairman Daniel, so question of privilege?
Yes, but again, that aspect of ARPA funding was supposed to basically fully fund projects. And now we're almost developing a matching fund to the ARPA. And that's of concern to me. We were cautioned not to overreach on overspending. And it certainly appears that we have overspent if we add to this. That is my and to Legislative Council, what is the parameters of now using the proceeds of the permanent trust fund to these projects that are listed? And again, there's an admission that it's an incomplete list. And what we have a listing of 164 million, but I understand we only have available funds at 1/8 that amount. So what is the council going to do? Speaker, what is the council going to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and I think that's the question that's at hand. And I think through this discussion process and through the recommendations from the Budget and Finance Committee, not only on the personal lapse fund, the way that was used to get some unmet needs completed, but now the recommendation moving forward on this is what's the council going to do specifically on the additional funds that are there readily available from the permanent fund income. And in the original case, there was $27 million, but that's being chipped away at right now. And there are, I want to say, recommendations or requests to Office of Legislative Council too as well, for additional dollars to be utilized from that too as well. And I think that's where, as council voted to have this document or this report put onto the agenda, I think that's where they wanted to get some kind of update to the council when Madam Chair Amber Crotty motioned this, and there was overwhelming support in getting the report online by 20 in favor to hear this report. And I think from that point, I think the direction is to give it back to the council on the possibilities of what needs to be done, and maybe even further action to Division of Community Development to be completely obligated in trying to make sure that there's right information provided, and the overall team that she's put together has really made sure that there's giving that complete aspect of what needs to be done or what needs to be funded in this case for the shortfall listing. So I'm going to turn it back over right now to Dr. Yellowman, and then Chief of Staff, and if there's anything else that maybe Ms. Barbara might give on some clarity. So Mr. Paulson Chaco, I don't know if this is, I can turn it over to you. If not, then to Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also honorable members of 24th Nomination Council, to address honorable delegate, my brother, Delegate So's question regarding what steps need to happen. I think that's a leadership question with regards to what Dr. Yellowman is providing is the listing of shortfall per delegate's directive. And as you can see in the preliminary numbers, it's these numbers have ballooned to 164 million. That doesn't, and there was another question from Delegate So regarding the ARPA. ARPA took into consideration all what is as a result of the shortfall. The ARPA projects have all been vetted, so to speak, with regards to how much it's going to cost for each one of these bathroom addition, power line, water line. Those have been taken into consideration. So those ARPA projects are moving forward. The projects that we're discussing, some of the state projects, some of the citizen projects, those didn't necessarily go through the process that we went through with ARPA. So but to address the concerns that this would be a leadership question once we compile all this information on how we prioritize, how we move all of these projects forward would be up to would be the council on how that would be done. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Thank you. Before I go to Dr. Yellowman, there's a point of privilege. Madam Chair Charleston, what is your point of privilege?
Speaker, my point of privilege is based on what Mr. Paulson Chaco just stated, and looking at the listing here. I guess I'm a little bit confused, and I need, based on what he just now stated, I need some clarification. I thought the shortfalls were projects that were already in the process, so they were like, I guess like Delegate Vince James's, project there in Ganado. It was already in the process when they hit that shortfall and they couldn't purchase materials. I'm looking at my project that's listed here. Nothing really, we got the plans done, but I think that this is a request for citizen. This 11 million, and this, I can say that this 11 million was prior to COVID. So I don't see how, like, this, unless the 11 million is on top of the money that has, that was originally being requested back in 2019. I'm just a little bit confused because I'm seeing based on this listing here, I'm seeing a request for citizen. Is that what we're doing, Speaker? Are we requesting citizen funds to build all of these projects? Because mine is not a shortfall. I will tell you that project is not a shortfall. That project is a full project. It's to build the project. It's not a shortfall. So I'm a little bit confused, and if I can get a little bit more clarification on that, Speaker, I think it would help me in deciding, I guess, how to address this issue with budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me go ahead and go, since that question is directly back to the statement that Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco well, back to what he has stated. Let me go ahead and go back to Chief of Staff. Mr. Paulson Chaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also honorable members of the 24th Nomination Council, and also to Honorable Delegate Newton. With regards to your question, I do need some help from Dr. Yellowman regarding the specific projects that you're alluding to in Shiprock. But the listing that was directed to us from the council was to provide a shortfall listing. As Dr. Yellowman indicated in her presentation, there are certain, I guess, level of shortfall. Some of these shortfalls are in planning. If the chapter wants to plan for a building and they have 50,000 for planning a building, but it requires another 50,000 for planning that building, that's the shortfall. However, the money they're asking for planning will be, that's going to be taken care of. Now, the other question is at that point, then how much money do they need for construction? In your case, from what I understand, most of the planning and design work has been completed. So the shortfall is actually asking for construction dollars. So that's what that shortfall is going to address, is the construction dollars. So there's various components of planning, design, and construction. So it depends on which area the chapter or the community wishes to proceed. So with that, that's where we're asking for the shortfall, whether it be citizen or permanent trust, I don't know. That's a leadership question. All we're doing is providing the most informed information to the leadership so they can make an informed decision. So, Mr. Speaker, if I could, I think Dr. Yellowman is still on the call, so if I can have her address the specific of the Shiprock project and what funding is going to be made, or what resources are going to be addressed, and what is the actual project scope for the project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back then to the original question that was a response to Chairman Daniel So, and if there was anything else that you would like to add on at this time, Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Speaker. Add on to Delegate Daniel So, I was responding to him, but I could also just add a little bit to Delegate Charles Newton's question as well. Just for clarification, DCD, we have a total master spreadsheet, if you will. We have a master spreadsheet of citizen projects, New Mexico capital outlay projects, various state-funded projects, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico. There was recent funding from Arizona. I mean, so we monitor those projects. There's projects that involve NDOT with road projects. There's projects that involve NDOH, senior center projects, et cetera. So we have this master spreadsheet of projects. Within that master spreadsheet of projects, we have various funding sources. There's funding sources that include citizen funding, state-funded projects. There were projects that were under the defunded CARES Act. There were projects that were part of the CARES Act projects. So you'll see that we have various funding projects. The spreadsheet that I shared with members of council this morning was the preliminary part of the directive for DCD, CPMD to begin addressing the shortfall for projects that our project managers are working on. So we have all these projects, but the project managers look at the project, the phase it's in, the phase that was funded for, and if the directive was to identify the shortfall. So similar to what the chief of staff just said, is the shortfall for that current construction or that current funded phase, or is the shortfall for the overall project? So I am a little bit familiar with Delegate Charles Newton's project that she mentioned that is in the listing. That was a project that was originally funded at $600,000 for the planning and design. Additional funding came in for that particular project from Citizen and New Mexico Capital Outlay. The combined amount from that Citizen and New Mexico Capital Outlay was roughly around $4 million. But in order to complete the construction phase for that project, the shortfall is around $10 million. So it's a lot of work for each project manager to dissect each project for what contributes or what's the criteria for a shortfall. So I hope that provides some clarification, and I can communicate with Delegate Newton on this project if we need to. But Speaker, that will just be what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. That colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor at this time. Honorable Elmer Begay, good afternoon. Floor is yours on our report here that we're having on the shortfall for our capital projects across the Navajo Nation. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours. Hold on. Honorable Elmer Begay, real quick. Hold on. I forgot to go to Ms. Barbroff. Ms. Barbroff, did you have anything else that or any response?
Thank you, Speaker. I believe what Chairman Stowe asked Legislative Council was whether it would be appropriate to fund shortfalls through the permanent trust fund excess interest, the 27, what started as the 27 million. And the answer to that is yes, that is an appropriate to do individual shortfalls. That is appropriate. So I think that's what I was supposed to answer, Speaker. I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, thank you very much. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay, are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, so with Speaker, I don't know the members of the Nomination Council, though. The people that are on the line. I don't know Dr. Yelly here, Del Yellman. I have a question. I know that regarding this, all these projects, And I know that to request for these shortfalls, right now, there was a shortfall that happened. I know the process to get these all the documents together. I don't know all these budget analysis. They put all these together. So during that time, that I know you mentioned that how busy you are and all that. And it's on you that, but to be like that, make yourself available. I think we have a biggest concern right now. You know what I mean right now. Just getting your signature is very hard to do. Oh, I don't know why you don't have no delegation. I went to your office, and I'm not sure who was all delegated there. I know you were at Chief Spring, and I even sent some digital files, documents for you to sign. These budget forms to get, or you don't sign it. I call it. This is on another part of it. This is the ARPA funding that I'm talking about. It takes me 3 weeks. You haven't signed it for us yet. I call it. I don't know why Navajo Nation are not upgrading themselves or haven't come to be like electronic signatures that they do. I call it out of the high. We're very behind on this. Even as much as we have all these people that are qualified and to have all these degree that they have, but the simple thing that the process it takes a long time. So with this, the one that I'm talking about is the toll shortfall. We got the fundings and was signed by president back in August the 12th, and became a law. And although after that, we're getting all these emails from your office saying that that the chapter needs to get this paperwork down to OMB to get a business unit, so we can start spending the money. It sounded like it was really simple, but here that it goes through another process, starting another 164 process again. And so because the shortfall is because we want that shortfall, but the only thing that we need to get it right away was that we had the contractors which is ending their completing part of the project, but we wanted to get that money as soon as possible to them, so they don't have to mobilize back to where they're going or to the next project. We want them to stay there so we can have save some money, but taking a long time. But just for your signatures, you sound like it's going on, but when it comes to a process, and your office doesn't provide the turnaround, your office doesn't come up with how long does it take to get this project going, to give it to you, and how long does it take to process it, then get to the next office. So then I think you need to create that, and through that, I don't know, maybe you could establish that how long it takes for a project, for anything, that even your signatures, the turnaround to that. Another thing too is that there's no communication where this project is at, where where is it going to be going. Then you have to do your own
I'm a brigade this
homework
time.
to do that. All right, thank you.
Thank you. That, Mr. Paulson Chaco, Dr. Yellowman, any response at this time to Honorable Alma Brigade?
Mr. Speaker, and all honorable members of the 24th Nomination Council, I will defer that question to Dr. Yellowman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. And Otto Shuche, Delegate Almer Begay, for your comments. And the communication is duly noted. I did call your LDA 3 times last week, and I did sign those documents last week. So I even called your LDA yesterday to help clarify an email she sent out. We did sign them. And then when I was last with you and providing an ARPA presentation to your chapters at Twin Arrows, I signed some documents there as well. So I hope that clarifies. I do try to respond to emails or text messages and work as close as I can to LDAs because I know council delegates are busy too. So I can provide the communication lines that I have with your LDA if necessary, but those documents were signed. And it has been a busy time. The ARPA legislation was signed into law July 15th, and we are now 6 weeks post. And more than it was stated in the legislation, it was stated in the legislation that the FRF office and DCD will assist the delegates. But I do feel that we've really done a lot to reach out to all the 24 delegates. And this coming week and next week, we will have complete all 24 delegates. And to reach 110 chapters, we've been on the road almost nonstop the last 5 weeks, which I think is pretty significant. And aside from the AIF, I don't know that we've really done this level of outreach. But to date, it's almost impossible to not get a hold of me these days. So I appreciate the Speaker's office reaching out to me, council delegates, LDAs, yourself, Delegate Begay, chapters, chapter staff, chapter officials, farm board, land board members. They all do reach out to me. I do my best to respond to all of them and to get timely documents to their next stop. So I'll respond with that, Speaker Damon. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions at this time before we go back to reserve time?
Point of privilege, Delegate James.
Honorable Chairman Hino, I can put you in the queue. Point of privilege by Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James, what is your point of privilege this afternoon?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm trying to analyze Chief of Staff in regards to the portion where he indicated that the shortfall projects were trying to identify individuals. So I'm trying to analyze that whole concept of what he indicated, because some of these shortfall projects were already at that point of having contractors in place. And they had contractors in place. And right now, again, going back to OMB, the shortfall of the creating business unit number is just needed to have majority of these projects possibly move forward. because they've already identified contractors. And now with the shortfall with some of these projects that were funded, we're still waiting for business units for those projects. That way the contractors can move forward with those projects. And so that's where I'm trying to figure out what chief of staff means by that we're getting things together, we're putting people together, and trying to figure out these projects where they stand. And I need an update by Dr. Yellowman, but a lot of these projects, shortfalls, like I said, have already been identified with contractors. And then number two is the response that he made in regards to the vacancy of positions of staff at OMB. We know that's a continuing issue. And so why can the OPVP create a political positions to address the issues of creating the business unit numbers? Or has, again, going to what he has stated as the shortfall of staff, vacant position, have they even considered doing temporary positions or requesting from the Department of Personnel Management a listing of those individuals that applied for those positions to bring them on as temporaries? So I'm trying to analyze that whole portion, and that will be my point of privilege, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. With that point of privilege, let me go ahead and go back then to, I guess, further clarity from Mr. Paulson Chaco, and then I'll go to Dr. Yellowman after that. Mr. Paulson Chaco, Chief.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to address Honorable Delegate James' question, I will be meeting with Dominic to find a way to get your business unit number in place. Not only that, but the long term on how to address the issue of the capacity issue with OMB. So I'll address that with Dominic, and I will report back to you, Delegate James, on what those processes will be. All the suggestions and recommendations that you brought forward this afternoon, I'll go ahead and meet with Dominic on it. So, but then again, I will report directly back to you, Delegate James. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you. To further respond, I'm going to go to Dr. Yellowman, but before I do that, there's a point of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton. What is your point of privilege, Madam Chair, at this time?
Speaker, my point of privilege is Dr. Yellowman said that she met with all of the chapters. I don't recall meeting with Dr. Yellowman. Perhaps I wasn't invited when she met with the chapters, but I would think that as a delegate, it's very important that we be involved in these projects. And today I went back into my email, and I know we were still trying to solidify a date. Everybody responded, but the chapter officials. So I want to know when she met with Shiprock and why I was not included in that meeting when they discussed the project. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, question of privilege, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Before I go again back to Dr. Yellowman for clarity from the first, from Honorable Vince James' first question of privilege, now added on by Madam Chair Charles, question of privilege. Vice Chair Smith, what is your question of privilege at this time?
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon. Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening on board. My question of privilege is the report that's being presented. It sounds like we're starting to question unmet needs. My question of privilege on this is this to set the stage for us to, lack of terminology, raid the PFI, permit fund income? If so, Speaker, does that mean that there's going to be numerous amendments after we get this report, which will bombard Legislative Council in trying to prepare and trying to get these things going? I know that there is already several of them being requested, but now it sounds like the floodgates have opened. Is that what the intent of this is? I need a little guidance on that on behalf of that Speaker. Thank you. That's my question of privilege.
I think if you're asking myself, as indicated by Chair Smith, I don't believe that that's the original intent. The intent of this report is to hear, well, an update on the shortfalls for overall or all for the complete capital projects across the nation. And in doing that, that's where a recommendation was to utilize the excess funds of the 27 million to be put towards that shortfall. And that was a recommendation that some members of the council have reiterated today. But I think that in talking to say that we want to have a discussion about utilizing the funds, that I do believe that's separate issue regarding the permanent trust fund income. Right now, we're just talking, I guess colleagues are asking questions in regards to the shortfall and the direction that they're having that as a response. So, and that's what we're originally talking about, colleagues. Just to bring it back, is that we're talking about the Navajo Nation's capital project shortfalls across the nation. And that presentation has been given by Dr. Yellowman with additional information from the Chief of Staff, Mr. Dominic Bial, and Madam Interim Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay. So I'm going to go back to the floor so that those questions can still be answered and comments that have been stated on the different shortfalls and further recommendations. In this case, questioning some of the executive branch's current activities. So I'm going to go back to you now, Dr. Yellowman, and then for response from Honorable Vince James and Chair Charles Noon, and if you have anything to add on to for Vice Chair Smith. Dr. Yellowman, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I don't have any further comments or response for Delegate James, just that we will have our staff continue to work with OMB. Understandably, we know that OMB has been very busy as well. And then for Delegate Charles Newton, to date, today is September 7th. We have seen about 19 delegates in 19 delegate regions. And just for clarification, and I don't know, maybe for the record, today I met with Delegate Raymond Smith and his chapters. This Friday, I have Delegate Henio. Next week is Delegate Otto So, and on Wednesday, the 14th is Delegate Charles Newton. And then the last delegate we have not seen is Delegate Eugene So. So those are the remaining delegates. The last three delegates, Delegate Otto So, Delegate Charles Newton, Delegate Eugene So, they each have one delegate, one chapter. So we've reached a significant amount of chapters, but for Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton, we do have a calendar on our ARPA webpage under outreach, and I believe the FRF office scheduled with yourself to meet. I recall your email indicating more of a public forum, so to speak, and that was for Wednesday, the 14th, for clarification. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, any other further comments? I'm going to go ahead at this time, go back to the floor. I do have Chairman Henio, who is going to speak for the point of privileges. So Chairman Henio, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. On the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and I did regarding the shortfall for the chapter projects. And listening to all the conversation, there's a lot of good information that's being, good questions that are being asked. But this question is for Office of the Controller and the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development. And it's regarding a document that I've been trying to follow and trying to get answers on, maybe since the time is now where we have the officers before council, maybe they can respond back to me. And the document number is 019074. It's been saying it's been expedited, but it seems like there's really no response. Commissioner Delegate Elmer Gay mentioned that communication is an issue. No. And so therefore the constituents out here have been trying to contact, trying to get answers, and there's really no feedback. So if I could give some information regarding the status, where it's at, how soon would it be before it gets to be a final product, reserve my time.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll go ahead and go back to Division of Community Development. We'll have a response, Dr. Elman, and then if you have anything else as well, Mr. Paulson Chaco. Response to Chairman Henio's question.
Nana Speaker, Otto, Delegate Henio, the United Kidigi, we have been facilitating that contract between the school board. Unfortunately, we do have staff who encounter COVID precautions, and we had our main staff who was facilitating that particular contract who needed to take precautionary measures. And so our staff is well and okay and back. And so we will proceed with that project. And the contract was being reviewed by OMB, and I believe needing some final review for that 164. And so that particular contract is in its final destinations for review, and I'll have staff provide an update to you as today as we're on this call. Thank you, Henio, Delegate Henio.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go on down to Honorable Slater. Hold on. Chairman Henio, you have reserved time of 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Let me go on down to Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, floor is yours at this time on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the presentation. My question is in regard to business units or projects that will be expiring. And I believe in both the PTF and the CSN legislations, there were timeframes from which the projects had to make drawdowns or progress, or they had to be obligated. And I was wondering if the Division of Community Development and the Controller's Office, and if necessary, OMB, but those two entities can explain what sort of assessment they've done. I know that there are projects in my district that, pardon me, are slated to expire, and I think it's at the end of this year. I met with Ms. Bobroff to discuss this. She said that no one else had brought it to her attention, and we're trying to investigate what could be done legislatively to make sure that all the time and effort that's been put into them, that unfortunately has not resulted in them being encumbered to a contract, though, yet, we'll make sure that they can actually be accomplished. And I've requested over the past couple of months to both NDOT and to OOC an assessment, and then also asked DCD of this, where they've been CC'd on those. And I haven't received a response yet. So I don't know if the tactic is, well, just wait them out and then they're not our problem anymore. The money's going to be reverted back, or it's, I don't know. You know, with the lack of communication, you're just left to speculate. And I think this should be the number one priority of the administration, is making sure that these projects don't expire and the money doesn't go back in if they want to see the projects actually succeed. Ask that right now, and I'll share some comments later. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Almost Vice Chair Slater. 2 minutes and 58 seconds on reserved time. That is their response at the time from either Chief of Staff or Dr. Yalman.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to Honorable Delegate Slater's questions regarding NDOT and OOC regarding a project, what we will do, Mr. Speaker, most of these questions that we are now receiving is basically on project-specific items, Mr. Speaker. So I might add, if there are project-specific questions, and if they could directly send them to me, and then I will have immediate meetings starting next week on these project-specific questions. Especially NDOT, I can bring NDOT and OOC to the table regarding some of these projects beginning next week, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any specific specificity on the NDOT project, but I will get with Garrett this afternoon. As soon as we have a chance to get with Garrett, I'll schedule a meeting on Monday, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulson Chaco. If there's a further response from Dr. Yellowman, I can go to you, but at this time, please stand by. I do have a point of privilege from Vice Chair Slater. Vice Chair Slater, what is your point of privilege this afternoon?
Thank you. I think this is really a two-part question that I asked. And the first one was an explanation, and that maybe wasn't made clear. And either you, because I believe you're an expert, or Ms. Bobroff could explain this, but what are the expiration provisions within the PTF 5-year plan, and also with to cap 3818, or I don't remember exactly what it was, but the 2018 CSN legislation in terms of funds reverting back into the PTF or reverting back into CSN. If you can articulate that, and then if the executive branch, either through Dr. Yellowman or Mr. Chaco, could explain what sort of analysis they've done to see which business units or which projects may be expiring and when. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go to Ms. Barbroff for that on both this PTF legislation 5-year plan, and then also additionally the CSN legislation referred to back in 2018, originally passed back in 2018. Oh, remember that CAP, what was it? Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you. This is Ms. Vabroff. I need to do a little bit of research on the permanent trust fund, and I will get that answered back to you in a second. As far as the CSN projects funded under CAP 3518. Originally, there was a two-year expiration, and that 2 years started after the funds were distributed, and that 2 year also depended on what year your funding was in. So if you were in the first year funding, you had 2 years after that, second year, 2 years after that. However, this council amended the 2 years to 4 years, and that transpired, that amendment transpired, I believe, right before the pandemic. However, because of pandemic and such, we're now looking, I'm actually working on it right now. A delegate has requested that there be an additional 2 years added to that. So in the end, CAP 3518, if the upcoming legislation passes, it will have a 6-year time frame. As far as the permanent trust fund, I will need to, I'm trying to pull that legislation up right now. Computers very slow today. So Speaker, I will get back to you in just a few minutes on that. Thank you.
Ms. Barbara, the one that extended the season to what? To 48 months was CJA-03-21. Okay, with that, there was a point of privilege, so let me go ahead and go back to the response, if there's any at this time from Dr. Yellowman, before I go back to the floor for any other comments or questions. Dr. Yellowman?
Thank you, Speaker. Nana, Delegate Carl Slater. No, just similar to what Ms. Barboff mentioned, we are working with a delegate on the citizen revisit for all 3 years, year 1, 2, and 3, to revisit those expiration dates, and also to provide updated information on the business units for those consecutive years as well. As for the PTF criteria or deadline, I would also lean on Ms. Barboff or the controller's office. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then at this time. I do have Honorable Freeland in the queue. Honorable Freeland, good afternoon. Floor is yours for comments.
Good afternoon, Speaker, colleagues of the 24th Nomination Council staff, Chief of Staff Chaco and Dr. Yellowman, good afternoon. Just wanted to make a comment or a few comments this afternoon. And first and foremost, good afternoon from Herfino. This afternoon, we're up here meeting with 8 chapters that I represent, officials and staff and Club C members. And what we're doing is we're discussing our 8.8 million expenditure plan and coming up with a way to look at overall comprehensively a plan to fit 12.6 million into an 8.8 loop. So a lot of these submissions by our chapters, of course, involve shortfalls. And thank you for that presentation, Dr. Yellowman. Just a thank you to you, to the staff at CHID, to the staff at CPMD, to the staff at ASC. Right now, Ms. Shayla Draper is presenting to our chapter officials and our staff, the staff, as well as to our Club C members right now. And what she's presenting right now is how to submit Appendix A forms on projects that our chapters will be submitting to the Department of Justice. And this is the 3rd meeting we've had on our ARPA projects right now. The first one we held was related to the overall CJN-29-22 and having the officials and the staff understand the resolution as a whole. The second meeting we had involved land status and the complexity of land statuses that we have out here in Eastern Agency. And then this 3rd meeting, we're talking about the 8.8 million projects, and we're looking at possibly submission of an expenditure plan here real soon. So we are working together as eight regional chapters and getting a submission made. So really appreciate the staff, the support, everything that Division Community Development is doing for our 8 chapters out here, because we are getting that support from you all. So thank you, Dr. Yellowman, to you and your team. You guys are overloaded. Yes, you're bombarded, but you're here to support us as delegates as well as chapters. And, you know, Shayla is doing a great job this afternoon. And we're so thankful for her and her assistance in having our chapters understand the importance of these Appendix A forms today. And it's really, really important that we have our officials that we work with and our staff and our Club C members fully understand and comprehend all this, what this is all about, because it does involve shortfalls. A lot of our chapters submitted projects today. We have capital outlay. We also have TIF projects that are on the shortfall list as well. So what we're going to devise, or what we're going to look at, is coming up is what we're going to utilize is what we're referred to as a sensitivity tool, and it's a measurement at looking at ranking all of the chapter projects from number 1 through number 10, and going from there. So I really appreciate the BIA's participation as well from Eastern Agency, our Superintendent Lester Sosi and his team, and working with us to help us develop the sensitivity tool. So it's going to be something that we're undertaking and we're going to put forth, and it's going to really help our chapters understand in ranking these projects out here. So just a compliment and a comment and say thank you to DCD. We know you're overloaded, you're bombarded, but there's also a lot of assistance that's being provided out there, Chantal. So we are getting that out here at Herfino today, and we're getting a lot of good feedback from the chapters this afternoon. So Eddie, Chantal, I just want to make that comment, Speaker. Thank you again, and appreciate the time. I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. That way we don't have additional time. Moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. Good afternoon, Honorable Yellow Hair. Oh. Honorable Yellow Hair, actually, you have no more time.
No more time. I haven't even speak yet, Speaker.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, you were the very first one to speak and you didn't reserve your time. You were requesting for documents.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Yeah, I'll listen. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to reserve time?
Speaker, this is Legislative Council. I have further information.
Okay. Ms. Barbara, go ahead. What was yours?
Thank you. When I was speaking a few minutes ago, I said I needed to do a little research on the permanent fund income 5-year expenditure plan. That's for fiscal years 2022 through 2026. That is resolution CAP 30-21. And a review of that legislation does not include any funding or, expenditure deadline. So there's nothing in the legislation that establishes a expenditure deadline. However, I do not know, I'm unaware if DOJ has made any pronouncements on a deadline for the permanent fund. But I can't find one, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Someone speaker? Is that
Yeah,
speaker?
this is Edmund.
Oh, yes. Would you want me to put you in the queue, Chairman?
Yes, please.
Yes, go ahead, Chairman. Floor is yours at this time.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, members of the council, on the presentation, everyone that's listening online. Just what was stated by Delegate Freeland, I do agree with Ms. Yellowman and your staff, and with Paulson a couple of weeks ago, we had our time in updating our chapters, and I think that's must be a continue event to get the funding spent. And so appreciate too on the New Mexico side with the fundings that is allocated to our chapters. But just wanted to say good job, Ms. Yellowman and your staff. Again, you presented really well to our 6 chapters. So I wanted to, I know we have more meetings coming in. Even Smith Lake chapter was so appreciative of the updates that you gave. So I would like to give my time to Mr. Yellowhair, my remaining time. I know we got budgets that the main legislation that we got to get to as well. So with that, my appreciation, a pat on the back, and give the rest of my time to Mr. Yellowhair, Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go to Honorable Yellowhair with 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Honorable Yellowhair, do you accept that time?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to accept it from Mr. Honorable Chairman Edmund Yao. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm ready. Speaker.
Yes, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, sure. No, thank you very much. We received a worksheet from a Division of Community Development Capital Project Management Department. I thank to Dr. Yeoman for developing this worksheet, and there's a three different type of colors. There's light green, light blue, and light yellow. And I just don't want to see this worksheet to be the final product because there's some missing. A shortfall budget has not been reported. I see there's nothing from Black Mesa, also a Forest Lake and Whippoorwill and Hard Rut area. There's other needs that should be in here, like a veteran building for Black Mesa and other project needs for 5 projects. But when I'm looking at this worksheet, there is about $164 million worth of shortfall, and there's a $11 million worth for the blue, which is CJY 3022, that makes the remaining balance to $152 million. And they would still need to work on this worksheet for those other chapters besides Black Mesa area to bring up forth and get these, our shortfall needs to be developed complete. And there's a lot of money under shortfall. I don't know if we can reach this money. That's a lot for me, but thank you for the floor. And also my report for Black Mesa, we're still planning to have on September 20th to meet with the Dr. Yeoman and also Sheila Draper and also Tom Patero to discuss as a final meeting that we need to meet on that one. So my Josephine region will understand the final of to complete these projects for a product. Yeah, if I hear and those to finish it at these needs, so by see those other here, to Mr. Etniavi, Krosatna, Kasadin, Anibahin, Ani Delkari, Jay, Councilman, General Kati, Chato, General Dati Yelman, that English. 110 chapters. Let's do help our community up there. And any go here. Kai John General Councilman, Kani Jakin, no. By Jen Sindore, Honsolo Isla, Halebe, that Ilnis, as nothing cut on the. We'll do our best, squeeze everything in there. Once thoroughly, here, certain Ani, Ebony, speaker. Thank you very much. Let us take care of important business, and we need these unmet needs too. Hakosin,
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions at this time? There's none. Let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. I have Madam Chair Amber Crotty with 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Thank you, Dr. Yellowman, for your report. If we could request in terms of when this report, when will this information be, although always be a working document, when will it be comprehensively complete? So leadership has an idea of the amount of projects that have been approved yet cannot be completed because of a shortfall. And then I think we can do this at Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Henyo, if other leadership and not hearing recommendations is understanding what is the total amount that's needed and start identifying funding that's available. Right now we have in this budget cycle the Permanent Trust Fund excess. It'll be up to this council and the president in terms of what survives into the final resolution. But how collectively are we going to fund these projects? Because if we don't fund them, we are then saying, or we need to say, or take action to revert those dollars back into the coffers if those projects are not feasible. And I think every delegate should go back to their communities and reaffirm that these projects are still the priority, and these will be the projects that the delegates will move forward to receive funding. And that's what I'm going to do with Two Great Hills community. They've already submitted a resolution supporting their veterans building and want me to move forward. I am just not sure what the other 23 districts are working with the president's office in terms of priority and how to move forward. But that is what we need to answer, especially in this budget process. And so if the amendments come up, I'm going to ask every delegate who's making an amendment, if they have a project on this list, what is the priority, their amendment, or to try to fund their community project that's on this list. So thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
And Speaker, I must say, you're always very quick to cut us off, but sometimes we got to wait for you. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes. Reserve time.
Just for clarification, so this funding shortfall really has nothing to do with the budget. Is that correct? If I can get my question answered, I reserve my time.
360.
Who is your question going to, Madam Chair, Charles Newton? Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 50 seconds.
My question was going to, I guess, whoever can answer the question. And again, it's, does this report, does it have anything to do with the budget? Because it sounds like we're talking about permanent trust fund income, we're talking about citizen. So I just want to know, does it have anything to do with the general fund? Thank you, Speaker. And I hope time wasn't taken away from me clarifying that question, Speaker.
I would go back to the sponsor who motioned to have this on the this as a second to add this on as a report, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. I would probably go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty to answer that question, as wanting to know further information or giving guidance, I guess, to the council. That's what I'm thinking that this report does on the request that Madam Chair Amber Crotty was alluding to regarding the additional dollars that are available and wanting to use these additional dollars that are in legislation 0152-22 for possibility of shortfall. That's the reason why. But Madam Chair Crotty, I can go back to you for if you want to add a further response due to the fact that you did motion to add this item onto the agenda.
Speaker Damon, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? What are you asking me?
Well, as a motioning party for to add this onto the agenda, Madam Chair Charles Newton asked a question, and if you want to respond to that, I think that further information to clarify that this item, this report was added on to give more information to council, but Madam Chair Charles Newton had a specific question. So, Madam Chair Charles Newton, again, if you want to go ahead and reiterate your question.
Yes, Speaker. My question is, with the information that has been provided to us today from Division of Community Development, are these funds going to be funds that will be requested from the general fund And the reason why I asked that is because other delegates are asking about permanent trust fund income. There was a question about whether some of these projects fall into CEHSN. So I just want to know, whether this request is going to be, I guess an amendment be made to the budget to include all of these projects. Thank you.
I don't know if you want to have, I guess, clarity to that question. Madam Chair, Karati, due to the fact that you motioned to have this report added on.
Yes. Excuse me. Thank you, Speaker. So I'm not an agent to this report. I motioned to have this report. But I can answer in terms of being on the Budget and Finance Committee. If you looked at the unmet need exhibit, I want to say maybe Exhibit E or the working document provided by OMB, there was a request to fund the shortfall projects. There was not an amount to fund, and that is why I made the directive at Budget and Finance that we need a report on what are the shortfall projects, and we need to know what projects, what are the priority projects to fund the shortfall. And we have not heard that in this report, but I think working with leadership at some point, we need to make a decision on all of these projects. Is the council and the president working together going to fund these shortfalls? And if not, we need to revert these dollars. We cannot have money tied up for projects if we're not going to fund them.
First portal.
Yep.
And I'm just saying, and then that first one, is that what you guys were in last?
Oh, and the second part is if there's an amendment to fund these projects, not to my knowledge, I do not have an amendment, as I did not have the dollar amount, and that was provided in today's report. And there's more of an unmet need shortfall than funding available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Yellowman, I don't know if you have any further comments or questions to add that onto that.
Mr. Speaker.
Maybe Mr. Chaco, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do agree with Honorable Delegate Crotty that this request is from the executive branch to provide a shortfall list. And again, we will provide a more comprehensive list. But however, as you can see, this is, as Dr. Yellman indicated earlier, and I agree as well, is that this is a leadership position with respect to how the president wants to address the large amount of shortfall that's being that we're looking at right now. So it would be up to the leadership as how they proceed with respect to where the funding could be coming from. All that that would be again a leadership question, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. We are going through reserve time. I do have next Honorable Eugene So.
Point of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Okay, Honorable Eugene So, you have 4 minutes, but before that, it's a point of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair.
Speaker, I reserved my time. Can you tell me how much time I have left? Thank you.
3 minutes and 50 seconds. Honorable Eugene So, you have 4 minutes flat. Floor is yours on reserve time. Honorable Eugene So going twice. Honorable Eugene So going 3 times. Moving on down on reserved time. Honorable Vince James, you have 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Reserve my time.
Good time at 2 minutes, 18 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, can you mute your phone? Thank you. Chairman Daniel So, good afternoon. 2 minutes and 44 seconds on reserve time.
Yes, I had lots of the colleagues of 24th Navajo Nation Council, and to Dr. Yellerman and to Brother Paulson Chaco. In response to some of the questions, Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco relayed that if a project was short funded in planning and design, additional monies would be a shortfall. So in that regard, Dr. Yellerman, please list the Torreon EMS building. We had state funds in the amount of, I think it was $100,000. And now we've encountered shortfall. So we would ask for the additional amounts. Mr. Leonard Hardy is the project manager, and there is a Mr. Hauser that has, I guess, the project now, and we'd like to have that listed. So that would be an ask as we go forward. And we do anticipate a very big increase in the construction of this emergency medical service building in Torreon. Thank you, Speaker. Will give reserved time back. Thank you.
Chairman, does that mean you're waiving your remainder of your time, which is 51 seconds? Or are you wanting to reserve it?
I'm way over here, so I can't waive. So yes, that's why I'm saying I'm giving it back. Yes, I'm waiving it.
And thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to response, I guess. Mr. Paulson Chaco or Dr. Yellowman at this time to Chairman Daniel So's question or comment, if any.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Daniel. So we have CPMD staff on the call listening in. So I'll work with CPMD to review and get additional information on the Torreon Star Lake EMS building. So we'll provide an update. As we shared earlier, this was kind of a preliminary listing. It is ongoing, and we'll need additional hands-on staff and resources to complete this project. It's looking individually at each project for its phase, what it was funded for, and if it will be needing additional funds for the next phase. So I'll work with CPND to add this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman, for the response. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I'm still on reserve time, so Chairman Hinu, at this time, you have 3 minutes and 41 seconds on reserve time. Floor is yours.
Speaker David, I reserve my time. I need to listen some more.
Right. 3 minutes and 39 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, on reserve time. You have 2 minutes and 58 seconds. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Did you say 2 minutes and 58 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate the response to the question before regarding the expiration dates. It confirmed what I thought I knew about the permanent trust fund. And then in terms of the citizen fund, I think maybe at the end of this report, we could ask for a directive to obtain that information and obtain it by perhaps the next NABI meeting and ask for a report then. My request right now is more to you, Speaker, and to my colleagues, and that is, I was unaware that this was going to be presented at this time and that this had transpired at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. It had not been conveyed at NABI. It had not been conveyed, I think, in any other form to the council that there was going to be an attempt to use the excess permanent trust fund income for this purpose. When the budget process kicked off, I know I asked yourself and understood that the logic was going to be the excess funding would go into the UUFB. Then you'd have equal access of an opportunity for delegates and the nation and leadership to pursue the funding for needed programs and projects. And I think, the purpose of the personal lapse savings fund is to fund the general wage adjustment at the end of or during the budgeting process. And instead it was divvied up among the Budget and Finance Committee members as is custom. But I think what should have taken place is that funding, we should have funded the 5% there and then seen if there was any extra. And from there, we could have tapped into the excess permanent trust fund income. And I know there are benefits and perks to being on the Budget and Finance Committee. And one of them is having access to the personal lapse savings fund and being able to divide that up during or prior to the legislation coming to NABI. But I really think we should have thought a little bit better about this whole process. And Speaker, I would ask you that we potentially go into a caucus after this report so that we can discuss what the plans are for expenditure of the remaining, I think it's now 23 million, because, we authorized expenditure for the general wage adjustment to get it up to 5%. We authorized expenditure for the Veterans Assistance Program to come out of that. And I know that enjoys wide consensus. All the other parts that were divvied up in the personal lapse savings fund, I'm not sure enjoy the same wide consensus, but I think there's a lot of good stuff that's in there right now. That said, this issue that we're confronting, ties back to so many root causes on governments and performance on the Navajo Nation. We can't fill positions because we don't have housing. We don't have housing because we don't have access to the same sort of credit and sort of models for construction that you would have off the reservation. We don't have data on the chronic staffing shortages, despite the HES committee and myself asking repeatedly for that information. And we don't have strong accountability on programs, and that's what's happened here. So I think we should not try to solve all of the issues and problems of the nation.
Time.
Oh, sorry, Speaker, I didn't hear you.
Okay.
Well, I'll yield back my negative time to you.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, I think a question to myself, I think that was a question to myself. And I do believe that the way legislation 0152-22 is written, the entire 27 million was recommended by the Budget and Finance Committee at that time to go into the UUFB. that was something that was a consensus. But at this time, I think that moving forward, I don't know if that is the consensus anymore. And the reason why I say that is because I'm not confirming 100%, but I do believe that there are numerous requests right now to Office of Legislative Counsel to take funding away from that excess permanent PTF funding and making amendments that to unmet needs across the board, across the Navajo Nation's different departments at this time. So I think that's probably one reason why Madam Chair Amber Crotty wanted to have this report on there. But that was the original consensus, was to move the funding. And that was voted on not only by the Budget and Finance Committee, but when I did my opening statement, that was a recommendation from our department too, or from our office. And I know that that was a recommendation from moving forward, from at least talking with Mr. Paulson Chaco at one time. So I can't speak on the president or Madam Chief Justice, but that was a recommendation at that time. But it looks like there are going to be an amendment to the recommendation or to the PTF set aside, or PTF additional excess funds that are being discussed, that is in the legislation 0152-22.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I understand that. I think if you go back and review, and I would ask that you email this back to me to use this point of privilege, but it was Budget and Finance Committee members who motioned to access the excess permanent trust fund income when the legislation came to Navi. So whatever they said the first day, the tune was changed the second day, and there must have been some sort of implicit understanding there. Second, I asked about the caucus, and I think that would be very valuable so that there is some order and understanding amongst the whole council of who will be seeking allocations from the permanent trust fund, excess income, and how we could proceed with that in an orderly process. Is it identifying nationwide programs or projects? Is it trying to plus up small amounts that may be shortfalls? I don't know what the landscape is right now, and no one does, from what I understand, of what amendments have been drafted, et cetera. And all of us, I think, feel a deep commitment to our chapters and our people to seek funding when it is available. And in this instance, there is funding potentially available, although I may not 100% agree. I think that the way the 5-year plan is set up is that this is supposed to automatically be deposited into the UFB based off the plan. So, Speaker, I'll make that request again, and maybe we can have that discussion after this report wraps up.
That request can be made, and can go into recess and go into a caucus. A virtual caucus. And at that time, it would be great to ask Office of Legislative Counsel what they're working on to get the guidance and see what can be done, and then also have that further discussion. But again, that'd be up to the body in order for them to vote on that and continue moving forward. In this case, the council. So with that, colleagues, I'm moving on down. We are in reserve time.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair Crotty. Good afternoon again. What is your point of privilege, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Speaker. If I could ask Chief Legislative Counsel, the permanent trust fund excess was part of a 5-year plan that the council approved for general funds. If you could provide, Delegate Slater mentioned that it automatically goes into the UUSB, or I may misstate what he said. Could you inform the council, Reed, that this may be the first time during the budget process we budget excess funding, what that process looks like? And if it does automatically go to UUFB, if you could provide that citation in the law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a question of privilege directed at Office of Legislative Counsel. Ms. Bobroff?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to send out the 5-year expenditure plan legislation. It's for fiscal years 2022 to 2026. I will send that out in just a second. That's legislation CAP-30-21. And on page 3 of that legislation, it's under section 3. There's 2 paragraphs that I think are relevant to this discussion. Paragraph C, excuse me. I only need to read one paragraph. So that's paragraph D. It's a long paragraph, but this is what it says. The permanent fund income over 40 million shall be designated as in excess income for the purpose of this expenditure plan and shall remain in the permanent fund and shall be available to fund additional needs by Navajo Nation leadership. At the beginning of the 4th quarter of each fiscal year, in the context of deliberations on the annual comprehensive budget, the Navajo Nation Council shall determine what portion of the excess income, if any, shall be designated for unmet budgetary needs in the comprehensive budget, and what portion of the excess income, if any, shall be designated for capital projects. And council may amend this permanent fund income 5-year expenditure plan once per year at such time. Excess income designated for unmet budgetary needs shall be released to the general fund to be appropriated in the comprehensive budget resolution. Excess income designated for capital projects to be specifically described and listed in the annual amendment to the expenditure plan shall remain in the permanent fund and shall be incrementally released by the Office of the Controller according to a disbursement schedule established for each project according to achievement of each milestone in the project's construction process. So that was a long paragraph, but in short, CAP 3021 does not state that the excess permanent fund income is to go into the UUFD. Council does have the ability to appropriate it during the context of deliberations on the annual comprehensive budget. When the original legislation, when the original 0152-22 was dropped, it was all going to the UUFB. However, there have been amendments made along the way. And the Office of Legislative Counsel is putting together a list of the permanent trust excess income amendments that we have received, and we will have that list ready for you in about 10 minutes. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. Thank you. That we have completed reserve time. I do have new colleagues in the queue. So let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Otto So, and then Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Yeah, kodo janant abe chama kodo be insna do Division of Community Development ya ko di ya do pertaining to the projects funding, capital project funding pertaining to the shortfall and overall. And I know that the capital improvement program has projects that are with CHISN projects, and then there may be projects prior before CHISN legislations that were approved that may have projects still tied up over there and that have shortfalls. And I'm just wondering, is there any other shortfall projects that are listed with community development prior before the CHISN legislations have been appropriated? Because in general, it says update report on capital project funding shortfalls. So many of the delegates are referring to the CHISN, but there is project monies that were funded prior before CHISN, prior before the 23rd Council and the 24th Council. Just wondering if there's any old projects that are in that criteria of shortfall funding. I appreciate the dialogue with the community development, working with the chapters and doing their best. And I know that community development was scheduling a meeting with Tuba City, but it was moved forward to the 14th, and we're still looking forward to that. And so the prior projects that were funded by council prior to CHISN, how many projects is there that are that fit in the category of shortfall? Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Let me go back to Dr. Yellowman at this time for response. Dr. Yellowman?
Okay, thank you, Speaker. And thank you for your question. Prior to 2019 and prior to my arrival or coming to DCD, citizen projects were appropriated or enacted. It was enacted in 2018. There were projects at CPMD and there were projects that CPMD was working on with the chapters. But since 2019, we have gone up by several hundreds of projects. So we have grown significantly, but there are listings that the CPMD has been monitoring and has on their master spreadsheet. Again, those projects are being reviewed by project managers. So a lot of this goes back to what we constitute as a shortfall. Was the project just funded for planning and design? And did they achieve that? Was the chapter intending to move the project to construction, and were they working on construction funds? So one is looking at the phase of the project or the period it was funded at. That helps us identify what type of shortfall we can anticipate or how we're going to look at what constitutes a shortfall. The other is pretty much post-pandemic, a lot of projects will see some type of shortfall by way of materials and supplies, or even our heavy equipment items, the steel items that involve something that we're seeing nationwide. So a lot of projects will be seeing some form or some type of shortfall, depending on what it is that that particular project is needing for completion. So I'll go ahead and end there, Speaker. Thank you. Yeah, Shanella, Delegate, so yeah.
Thank you very much with that. We'll go ahead and go on down. I do have Honorable Paul Begay in the queue. Honorable Paul Begay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and good afternoon, colleagues. Although, thank you, enjoying the presentation ahead for the addition of this report. I just really wanted to ask the word on from my chapters. The chapters that I represent, we had our ARPA work session about a week ago, and they really wanted for me to express my appreciation for Mr. Tom Platero coming in and presenting to us. Dr. Pearl Yellowman, as far as my chapters over there, Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Tom Platero, those that were probably missed or were incomplete, we're coming to solutions. Speaker, I will yield the rest of my time to Shanella, Honorable Delegate Slater.
3 minutes.
That Honorable Paul Begay, 3 minutes on reserve time. We go back to,
3 minutes.
Honorable Paul Begay, 3 minutes is going over to Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Vice Chair Slater.
Yes, Speaker.
You good with the 3 minutes?
Am I authorized to go now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, Shanella, thank you very much for generously offering some time. And thank you, Ms. Bobroff, for providing that citation. I've been trying to find that paragraph, and of course, right when you started speaking, that's when I found it on DIB. And to clarify what I was saying earlier, the point was that I understood from the speaker that the excess income would be deposited into the UUFB and wouldn't be assigned another purpose within the comprehensive budget process as it states in the legislation. So with that said, I think I want to reiterate the request for that report on expiring citizen projects. And also, Speaker, I know that you tried to assign some resources within this budget, within the legislative branch for, I think, financial analysis or consulting for the nation. And I don't know if there are other funding or resources that were made available to advise the legislative branch on things of this nature. So that would be doing a feasibility, I don't know if you'd say study or understanding how we're going to complete all these projects, because I remember very distinctly when I worked in the speaker's office for you, Speaker, you sat down and it seemed like your first priority was to figure out how can we ensure that all of these PTF and CSN projects proceed in an orderly fashion, and that they have the appropriate project managers, architects, and engineers. If you need hydrologists, all of that in order to move forward. And we're only now getting to the IDIQ on the architect and engineering side. And that's, I guess, 3 years later. Of course, we did have COVID during that time period, but at a certain point, do we cut our losses in terms of what was committed and promised? Or do we do what BIA and IHS does? BIA had that 40, 50-year long roads list and everybody fought to get it on there, but it didn't mean that road was ever going to be conceivably constructed. And IHS has had these projects on there for decades, saying that they're going to construct them, and even with the funding, they haven't been completed. I don't think that that's necessarily smart governance to make a commitment that can't feasibly be obtained. And I really agree with Delegate Crotty saying that we need to have a serious look at all of these projects, and how are we realistically going to get them completed with the resources that we currently have available and the government that we have. The HES committee has done its best to try to assess the whole Navajo Nation-wide landscape for hiring and why we have the chronic vacancies. And I looked at the wages over at Gallup McKinley County. They publicly released that information, and they're actually very similar to the Navajo Nation. So I think there's something larger here. And thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I guess in response then to that, 3 years ago, myself, Dr. Yellowman, and Paul Sichako, we had a plan. Let's get an outside consultant. Let's bring them in. I've been waiting for those documents. I don't know if they're still on your desk, Chief. But I know that bringing in individuals is highly critical to helping Dr. Yellowman's office. I know with the hard work that they're doing, it's just overwhelming to complete every task that they possibly can in a timely manner. And I think they have the vision of what your office is going to do, Dr. Yellowman. We've stand by. I still need to know if we're going to try to pursue that funding to get those A&E contractors on call. I don't know if that's still part of the vision. It seems like that's something that I would need to know too as well. And if this administration is going to continue forward for the next couple months, the Navajo Nation, it seems like from this report, it is really needing to know, okay, what do we need to do to really help assist in getting these projects back online, making sure everything's collectively working together through the process. And if that's utilizing excess capital or utilizing amending the permanent trust fund 5-year plan to bridge out responsible additional framework of funding, then we need to sit down and have that leadership discussion. So I don't know what you have your orders, Paulson, from the president's office, but I think that's something that we can work on to make sure to get back on that time and get back to on those meetings that we were having almost every other day in the beginning regarding how we were going to chip away at all these projects that are continuously backlogged here on the nation that need to get completed. With that, colleagues, I don't know if there's any other further comments or from Mr. Chaco or Dr. Yellowman at this time, but if there's not, then I can go on to back to the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I
Dr. Yellowman.
I really do appreciate the concerns from leadership and the comments. But we are working as hard as we can to address both the project management within DCD and to expand our capacity through our IDIQ. The IDIQ is specific to DCD, and there are other entities and other divisions and other partners like BIA who have an IDIQ. But in order for DCD to implement an IDIQ, it's historic for us, for DCD. And I just want to share a little bit with council. Part of the IDIQ, which allows, again, for the chapters and chapter projects to be addressed. So we definitely have identified the project management and the scope. All of our projects require project scoping. They require coordination of like architectural and civil design. They require estimating services. They require coordination with N2A and other utilities. They require coordination of environmental and environmental clearances and environmental reviews. They require preparation for proposals and bid construction services. They require review of invoices and payments, funding reports, closeout reports. Our project managers probably are looking at least over 40 to 60 pieces of the phase or pieces of the steps for project management. But our IDIQ allows us to expand our capacity and allows us to keep within our contact or vending contact priority one vendors that will move on these projects. So our project management or our listing for IDIQ is being identified. Our project management is being identified. And when you look at how DCD has become the central hub for all other divisions, we've taken on so much more than just chapter projects. We've taken on projects that are related to health projects. We've taken on projects that relate to chapters and economic development. We work closely with DPS and public safety projects. We've been working closely with Division of Natural Resources, Mr. Jason John's shop. We work very closely with Delegate Charlene So on the Westwater estimates. We work closely with N2A on all of the home electric connection projects. We work closely with CHID and the veterans for housing, and now Navajo Hopi Land Office. We've taken on the heavy equipment and then add to that the school, the Rama Navajo School, and then the ambulance, the construction of the ambulances. We've taken on a massive amount of projects outside of DCD and outside of the chapters, even projects within DOTI, like, and NHA. There's projects with NHA and youth centers. Because of that, we are more than beyond the need for our IDIQ, and we're relying on our IDIQ to help address backlog. We're relying on our IDIQ to help bring up to speed some of the projects that are both time sensitive and needing to be resolved with some of the issues outside of our internal project management's capabilities. So we're achieving that. We just don't handle chapter projects. And we have brought on so many other projects respectfully from outside of DCD. So we are very close to initiating, and that's the conversations we had with Speaker. Our initial IDIQ was to be drafted at an X amount of dollars. We were seeking the support of Speaker, and that was in year one. But now that we are initiating the IDIQ, we see the need to go beyond what has been appropriated. So we have a large IDIQ that will help us address all of these projects. So I hope that made sense. I just wanted to reassure Delegate Carl Slater that we're fully aware of the magnitude of what we're facing and the resources that we're pulling together to address all of these projects. Thank you, Speaker.
That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back down to the floor at this time for response. And I don't have anybody else in the queue, actually. I thought I was reading the old listing. Is there any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to our reserve time? Honorable Halona, good afternoon. Honorable Halona, floor is yours. Nope.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for that report, Dr. Yeoman. And also, I just wanted to give us some quick time to Mr. Delegate Yellowman. Jimmy, Jimmy Yellow here. I want to pass time on Jimmy Yellow here, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Yellow Hair, 4 minutes and 39 seconds. Do you accept it?
Thank you very much. I'll set the time. Speaker,
Okay,
thank you
floor
very
is yours.
much. Yes, just us, Honorable Halona. You're a very great man. You helped other council. Thank you. I'll accept this report. Based on this report for 24 Navajo Nation Council for budget session we have now for a 23rd budget, comprehensive budget that we're discussing, which is very important. This information I'd like to listen to Mr. Paulson Chaco. This is also subject in a matter of a needs that needs to be used IHS money. Just for your information, Navajo Nation Council, that I did have a short meeting at 20 Arrow with the President Naz and also Paulson Chaco in regards to a mini mill water line project. This project has IHS money funds to be used, and I still need to have a meeting with Mr. Paulson Chaco and Navajo Nation President to use a federal fund IHS funding operation. So trying to use other money. IHS money is available to use mini water line project, water line connection. So Mr. Paulson Chacos, I really need your help now. This is at the time. I'll finally caught up with you on this based on our budget needs right now by calling the number. Trying to call you, but you can't answer your phone. So can you also let me know through the Navajo Nation Council that we're going to have a meeting? There's a lot of money available for this project. Shinatani, Korobeni Jahasi, Korot Mini Mill Water, not by Yashtianya, our space on Hunchta, and they basically have lunch about me, Mini Mill Water Line project. I can't use CARE Act money. I can't use American Rescue Plan Act funds. There's funds available under IHS. So I want you to hear this today and this afternoon that I want to have a meeting with Paulson Chaco and Navajo Nation President Nance to help our Black Mesa people. They need water out there. Y'all here in the hot not only us jobs, and we have monies available to use IHS that serve based on the announcement of the last meeting. Paulson Chaco, any questions, please? He can talk and will respond back to me through speaker's approval. Dr. Yeoman, thank you for all your great help. The biggest Navajo Nation tribe we have. We have money and we have lots of people. We're over 300,000 people now, right now. I think we're very proud of it. It's a big project we need to take care of under these federal funds. Once about Hasido, here again, Honorable Haluna. Here, once I'll return the floor back to you. That's my questions. Here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yell here. With that, let me go ahead and if there's any further response right now from Dr. Yellowman or Mr. Paulson Chaco. If not, I can continue on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also Council Delegate Yellow Hair for that request. I will make a meeting arrangements for next week. I will call you and email you and text you as well. So, and then for your availability and the availability of the president, so we will schedule the meeting next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That was Chaco. Moving on down then, as I do not have anybody else in the queue. Any other further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? We are on receiving a report from Division of Community Development, Office of Vice President and Vice President, Office of the Controller, and OMB regarding the shortfall for Navajo Nation capital outlay projects, or just capital projects in general across the nation. With that, there's no other comments or questions. I can go back to reserve time. Go ahead and go back to reserve time. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Charles Lewin. You have 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that we need to also recognize, colleagues, that there are other projects that also need to be funded as well. I'm talking specifically about those projects for public safety and justice. So when we are talking about the shortfalls under Division of Community Development for our chapters, we also need to consider the other divisions and departments that also need assistance as well. So I think I like the idea of Delegate Slater's, request to go into caucus. I think it's important that we all understand that each one of our communities do have project shortfalls. Now the question is, where are we going to be getting these funds? Speaker, what I would like to know is, what I'd like to get a little bit more information on is the referendum that went to the Navajo people back in 2000 and I believe it was 2018 regarding the roads. If I could get a copy of that, because I'm thinking that, it may be a referendum question that we may have to present to the Navajo people, because this is a lot of shortfalls and this is only for Division of Community Development. I'm going to advocate for public safety and justice, and I know that there's one project on here that is for public safety and justice that does fall under their preview, but it's actually Division of Community Development that is taking charge of this project. I don't understand why. I don't understand how Division of Community Development knows more about first responders than Division of Public Safety, but I think that those are questions that we should ask. Speaker, I don't have any other questions, just aside from the comment that we do need to look at the overall, I guess, project requests that are coming down the pipeline. Thank you. I wait the rest of my time, Speaker.
Thank you. That staff provide that information on the legislation that passed by council to get the referendum vote on the transportation. We'll get the transportation referendum vote going. Researching that information and sending it over to you. Yes.
Speaker Kellen.
That Honorable Keon Gay, I can put you in the queue. I'm going on reserve time at this time. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 4 minutes flat.
Good afternoon.
Oh, floor is yours.
Okay.
Oh.
Honorable Sustain. I reckon that's my conclusion to this. Any questions? I'll wait my time. That's reserved. So, Speaker.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh. Thank you. That, moving on down, Honorable Vince James, 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Moving on down, on reserve time, Honorable Vince James, 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Went twice. Honorable Vince James going 3 times. Moving on down, Chairman Hino, 3 minutes and 39 seconds on reserve time.
Reserve.
Chairman Hino, 3 minutes and 39 seconds.
I'm here to Speaker Damon. I just thought I heard Delegate Vince James. That's why I was silent, friend. With all the information that we're receiving in relation to the Speaker Damon, Ashland for the 24th Nomination Council, we are also need to understand the capacity issues that community development does have at CPMD. And so the question would be is, ideally, how many project managers should CPMD have? I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Let me go back to Dr. Yellman.
Mr. Speaker, this is Paulson. I believe Dr. Yellman lost service, her cell service. She's coming back from the delegate chapter region, so she should be back on in a few minutes. But we can respond back to Council Delegate Hino's question here shortly. Thank you.
Speaker.
Dr. Yellman, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chief of Staff. Chair Henyo. Ideally, I think when you look at neighboring companies in New Mexico or Arizona, they may have project managers working on 10 to 15 projects, ideally. But that is not the case for some of our project managers. And we have project managers that are maybe handling triple that. But there's multiple reasons and I still encourage all of our project managers to continue working hard. But there's reasons that go back to some chapters are managing up to 15 to 20 projects, although there's no cap as to what they can propose or what they can seek. But also, we do encourage certified chapters to take on their projects. Sometimes our process or our funding drawdown is not always convenient for that. So that relies on central government to manage some of those projects for non-certified chapters, and then certified chapters to.
Honorable Helena, please mute your phone. Sorry, Dr. Yellowman, go ahead, continue.
Thank you, Speaker. So there's multiple recommendations, I think, that come with Chair Henyo's question. And then the other is, can chapters manage projects under 100,000? I see a lot of great competent chapters that can manage that. Can that fall in line with their management system, their fiscal management system? So similar to Delegate Slater's comment, one thing is tied to another, tied to another, and tied to another. That is very true, but to shortly answer Chair Henyo's question, ideally it might be up to 10, 12 projects, and our project managers are handling a lot more than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Unreserved time, continuing on down. I have Honorable Otto So. 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Nomination Council, Ms. Yellowman, for making this report. And definitely, I do agree that we do caucus in some form so that council in the 5 agencies can come together to discuss how the remaining base of the excess permanent fund interest income will be utilized, because the permanent trust fund, the non linear base at and ni amendments which that he kago ya oyo ataha hotne go yalgi that treaty dot in. But I do agree that if we caucus pertaining to the permanent fund access income, and I think we can have a better solution on where the dollars could be used, whether it's for shortfall funding or other infrastructure projects or other things that is needed in our agency. Yali ni lead ni ishnan lead. Kodo yalchi ahon lead chapter the do the na yalinda this kido chapter house in da kago beso ni ishna. Akod oko the osen nilo yat oyodo ya shoda. But if we could find a way to caucus and maybe look at that resource and divide it up between the 5 agencies, and then break it back down based off of how many delegates are within that agency. Monday can get and lead based off of the population based on the. And I believe that's a solution that we could help Nay, bitchin chong. Oh, what up in the sh? I don't hear what Madam Chair Karate for bringing this topic to the floor here. But here, so additionally, though I did Division of Community Development. Ogoshi, I think I'm timed out. So thank you.
Time. Thank you. That, let me go ahead and go on down. I do have a new colleague in the queue, Che. Honorable Keelan BA, floor is yours at this time. And I'll go back to you, Dr. Yellman, Chief of Staff Chaco, if there's any response. Honorable Keelan BA, go ahead, the floor is yours at this time. Honorable Keelan BA. Keelan BA going twice. Keelan BA going 3 times. That. Any other further comments or questions, colleagues? We'll go back to reserve time.
Speaker,
Yes.
Thomas Walker.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair Walker. Good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Yes, Speaker, good afternoon. Hello, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good afternoon to each and every one. Hello, the presenters on the report, Dr. Yellowman and Chief Chaco. Although the listening audience we have today, Western Agency, Dean, although City, Loop, Tulani Lake, Cameron, Coal Mine Chapters, the Adin, Batanashta, Ishwansam, Jahanat, Jashin, so, more or less the comment I want to make to the leadership here. Keep in mind that each day, maybe each hour, possibly each week, certainly each month, the cost of materials, supplies, labor, fuel, insurance, they are moving up. How does that figure into the shortfall listing that we're looking at here? If these projects are developed or proposed several years ago at the amounts that are listed on these columns, and no doubt the costs, the projected costs there are quite a bit more. I guess a question, then a comment there. The presenters, how does that figure in the cost of everything increasing, cost of living, cost of fuel, cost of labor? How does that figure in? Probably it's not been figured in. Someone can speak to that to give us an idea. Maybe that will motivate us to move on some of these matters. My esteemed leaders and Mr. Speaker, I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. With that, let me go ahead and go back then to Dr. Yellowman. Floor is yours at this time, Dr. Yellowman, for response.
Okay, Speaker. Adonanayate, Delegate Thomas Walker. Good afternoon. Right now, what we're seeing is cost inflation throughout the nation. But as it pertains to the projects that we are managing or facilitating here on Navajo Nation, we see our projects being impacted probably both in the short term and in the long term sense. We are continuing to evaluate those costs, and we are thankful, for example, that the ARPA has a contingency clause included. It's section 13 in the ARPA. That's going to be critical with those projects under ARPA. There was contingency discussed prior and even for CARES, which may have resulted in the defunded CARES. But those costs continue to be evaluated based on what we're seeing nationwide. The other thing to consider is those costs are also relating to supply and demand. So, for example, if the nation right now, the Navajo Nation, if we're going to move forward on just section 3 of the ARPA legislation for the chapter projects, keep in mind there's other sections. There's water resource, Division of Natural Resource Water Management projects. Those materials and supplies needed, we need to be confirming, or we need to be making sure that we're putting the nation in a good position to be consumers, or to be to have access to materials and supplies outside of the nation for construction. And we're also in competition with other entities that need those materials and supplies. So it is important that we expand our capacity. It is important that we have dialogue with outside entities that allow us to get into these chains for materials and supplies, not to mention housing. So we're looking at housing costs right now as well. We're looking at heavy equipment, chips and steel. So all of those contribute to these estimated costs, or these inflation, and they also contribute to supply and demand, also contribute to the nation's ability to have access to those materials and supplies outside of the nation to bring on for construction. So we'll continue to monitor and continue to put ourselves in a position to get those materials and supplies. So I hope that provides some information to Delegate Walker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, go back to the floor. Any other, have anybody else in the queue? Any other comments or questions? Before I go back to reserve time.
Speaker Kellen.
Yes, Jay, I called on you. Go ahead.
Okay, I apologize. I'm out in the field with some company regarding broadband. But anyway, the one area that I believe Division of Community Development really needs to look into is there's a lot of these projects are similar. For example, senior center. I mean, why can't chapters get together and be able to say that, okay, let's cost share the design and the engineering portion to lower the cost? I mean, why does some of these buildings have to be different? Because you're just adding costs when you're doing the assessment, when you're designing and so on. Making sure that there's sufficient space for our elderly to eat. I made a recommendation to my chapter. One chapter you based on for the same purpose. I mean, for the same building. I mean, I mean, maybe the recommendation from Division of Community Development and the CPMD. Could open Chairman, reserve my time.
Reserve your time in 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Go back to Dr. Yellowman for response.
Thank you, Speaker. Nana, Delegate Kalenbigay. That would be ideal, but that doesn't always come to fruition. I mean, that would be ideal. We have presented standard floor plans for warehouses. We've presented standard floor plans for bathroom additions. We've presented standard floor plans for housing, but ultimately the chapters, they can accept those or they can make modifications. Most often they make modifications. Ideally, regional projects, that could be standard across the board for regional projects. There are projects that are gaining in popularity, I guess, are the multi-purpose type of buildings. But those also involve like Head Start, or they involve NDOH for senior center projects, or their involvement too, because they have different needs. So a senior center project might have different needs versus a Head Start. So to have those type of floor plans can be challenging, but for regional projects, it might be doable. It's not that we haven't considered them. It's getting coordination between the chapter, the delegate, and the contractor to agree on the type of scope of work and the modification of the contracts. So that, you know, and also on behalf of the chapters are authorized or empowered to weigh in on those decisions. And we honor that as well too. And Speaker, if I may, I just want to address Delegate Newton's question on the capacity of, not the capacity, but the knowledge base of CPMD and DCD. Projects outside of CPMD or DCD, we rely or go back to our plan of operation. So if there's a division outside of DCD that is trying to implement a project or construct a project, it depends on whether or not it's in their plan of operation. So does DPS have within their plan of operation the ability to construct? If so, then they're more than welcome to proceed. Similar with NDOH. Is it within NDOH's plan of operation to construct or to manage senior centers? So our relationship with NDOH is NDOH manages and moves forward with the operation of senior center projects or senior centers, and DCD, CPMD, within our plan of operation, we are, we have within our plan of operation, the language to address infrastructure projects. So I just want to clarify that or provide that clarification on divisions and their plan of operation to include infrastructure. So I hope that answers Delegate Kalmbegay and also Delegate Newton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, any other comments or questions before we go back to reserve time? If there's no other comments or questions, let me go back to reserve time. I have Honorable Vince James with 2 minutes and 18 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James, you there? Thanks. Well, Vince James going twice. Well, Vince James going 3 times. Moving on down, Chairman Hinyo, 3 minutes and 7 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. This is the backlog is huge, and the numbers I've been hearing is also just growing. First time it was just like increasing on every time we hear a report how big the shortfall is, and so I mean just the PTF excess is only around 22 million after all the amendments that were passed. And there are many other projects that also would be coming forth through the next fiscal year. So, I guess a lot of planning needs to happen. My concern is this, that maybe we've always talked about outsourcing the projects, and for project managers to also assist community development. And so, but then again, that also costs money to do. So I was just sitting here thinking how we can work together and possibly schedule another meeting separate just to discuss this issue of, and I've been waiting for executive branch and OPVP to get some sort of lead on this, but apparently I don't see anything happening at this point in time. And so I reserve my time. I might have some more comments.
One minute and 29 seconds. We'll go back to Dr. Yellowman.
Point of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
With that, we go back. Hold on, Dr. Yellowman. Let me go back to the floor. Madam Chair Charles Newton, what is your point
Yes,
of privilege?
Speaker.
This afternoon?
My question on there was a comment made about from Chair Henyo about I guess President Nez and Mr. Chaco taking the lead, but they haven't. My question, Speaker, and it might be a question specifically for Dana, is, what exactly could the executive branch be doing to address some of these issues that we're starting to see, especially with the projects? That's what I want to know, Speaker. And we've seen with this president legislations that have come out of his office and get sponsored by delegates. and so I'm just wondering, if he's already taken the lead on that, and he's not taking the lead on these other things, then perhaps we need to let the people know what he should be doing or what the executive branch should be doing to address some of these shortfalls. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. I think that I was going to go to Dr. Yellowman for a response originally from Chairman Hino, and I'll go ahead and have that response to as well, to Paulson Chaka and then to Dr. Yellowman regarding what the executive branch is doing. Chief Chaka, and then Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also the honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. With respect to project management and project delivery, a lot of these projects have, in the development stage, have not happened accordingly to planning, design, and construct. For instance, some of these projects were funded with no scoping. It's just a matter, they just put projects on without any scoping, meaning there was no development plans, there was no development how much it's going to cost and all that. It was just a matter of just identifying money for it and expecting the programs to deliver that project. That's one example of why some of these projects haven't moved. There's a myriad of issues with regards to this. As I indicated, with ARPA, we took a different approach, and that was working with all of the appropriate divisions and all the appropriate resources to develop a plan in moving those projects forward, which consists of plan, design, and construct. Now, in order to address the current situation with all the shortfalls, that's where, as Dr. Yellowman indicated, and also the speaker also indicated that when we first came into the office, there was a process that we had to develop, which means we had to identify project managers and identify funds for those project managers. In this case, when these projects were allocated dollars, normally you would allocate 10% of the total projects for development costs. In some instances, there are no development costs for these projects. So that compounds the problem. So the way we're addressing the current situation, Mr. Speaker and the council, is that, again, we have an on-call IDIQ engineering firms that we have selected, similar to what NDOT basically is doing. NDOT has IDIQ contracts with various firms to do their design and construction work in transportation. So you don't hear as much shortfall or these kind of issues with NDOT because they have the ability to have engineers and also project managers on call that addresses all their projects. In the instance of DCD, we have an on-call engineering services that we are implementing this month. And that those IDIQ contractors will be on call to assist DCD in the development of some of the projects in ARPA. We're also going to use the same IDIQ contractors to address some of the shortfall and also the citizen and state funded projects. And that's how we're going to be identifying and moving these projects along. Now, Dr. Yellowman can go into detail on how and where those contracts are at, but that's how we're going to handle some of the projects that we're faced with. The shortfall list that we provided will require additional money. And it's not a matter of having a lack of project managers, it said lack of funding. So that's the big difference in the shortfall list. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope I clarified some of the questions, and I'll give the floor, a little bit of the floor over to Dr. Yeoman. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Speaker, and Chief of Staff Chaco. Just to add to Mr. Chaco's comments, we're certainly dedicating a tremendous amount of time in addressing the capacity and going live with our IDIQ. And as I mentioned earlier, it's taken us quite some time to establish the IDIQ and to build it so that it's specific to DCD. And then for us to award the IDIQ. That's where we're at. We've awarded, we've made the awards, and now we are finalizing those contracts. And those contracts include the scope of work to some of the items that I mentioned earlier. And that's where we need help. So our project managers facilitate and have within their realms project management, but the IDIQ for A&E is a little bit different for services that are beyond some of the items that our project managers would normally have to bid out. So one, the IDIQ helps us with time. Two, we've already retained, if you will, A&E firms that we issue task orders. So the timing to move these projects is what normally causes challenges. The other is our payment process. Our payment process can be lengthy and cumbersome. And this allows us to issue out those task orders and issue out a pay schedule with those contractors that we have under our IDIQ. So that's very similar to how NDOT has been moving these large federal projects. And we're looking forward to being able to have the same type of resources through our IDIQ at DCD. So I just want to add that's where our challenges get hung up on. One is, the cumbersome process. The other is the payment process. And those will get collapsed in a sense that we'll be able to issue out through task orders. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those responses. Let me go to now as continuing on. Honorable Henio. Moving on down on reserve time. Sorry, Chairman. It's actually, we just got concluded with you. Your time is 1 minute and 29 seconds is reserved. So I'm going to Honorable Keon Begay now. Che, Honorable Keon Begay, you have 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay. And twice, Shay, you have 3 minutes and 19 seconds on reserve time.
Okay, Speaker, Padoni Slahanaki, the main thing that we need to continue, the one-stop shop, no, by Yatchik, the situation that we have across the program. I mean, the opera office is continuing to ask for applicant to fill in. Because Ashini Bekato Yekato Jato Yinikato and result managing a lot of these projects. The shortfall, I think the program really needs to make a recommendation at the same time to say that these are a cost saving than having each individual projects are being asked for a different type of service where one or more than 5 projects could be done under that same service. So I think that's the one area that the program really needs to look into. The Asaki projects, based on the Christian project that needs to be a service again. Recommend so that way it could cover a lot of these shortfall by that city chairman. So I guess I'll spend away the rest of my time, Chairman. Speaker.
Thank you. That, moving on down. Is there any other comments, colleagues? Questions, comments? Before I go back to continue on reserve time. There's none. Let me go ahead and go back then to Honorable Vince James. 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Honorable Vince James, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Going twice.
I'm here, Speaker.
The floor is yours, Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James, going twice.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Adonis, Speaker, thank you. I was talking earlier, but I didn't know that I got cut off.
Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James going twice again. Honorable Vince James going 3 times. Moving on down, Chairman Hinyu. Chairman Hinyu, 1 minute and 29 seconds on reserve time.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Chairman Henio, we cannot hear you.
Can you still hear me?
I can hear you now.
The young lady that tells you you're muted or unmuted or this and that keeps interrupting me. I believe that there needs to be more discussion on this, and I appreciate the answers that were the responses from Community Development, Dr. Yellowman, and also Chief of Staff Chaco. And again, with what Chairman Yazzie had stated earlier, that the staff there has been doing an outstanding job, and therefore I've been through my observance of the Navajo Nation government, community development. This is the first time I've seen community development really moving forward with a lot of issues, and the leadership of Dr. Yellowman, I mean, it has been outstanding in my point of view. So I just want to end it with that. He had lost, wasted my time.
Thank you very much. That continue on down. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? If there's not, let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Vince James. 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Honorable Vince James going twice. Honorable Vince James going 3 times. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Nobody that's responding to the reserve time. Everybody that had the reserve time to use it up. And we are on the report. Are we ready to vote? Accept the report? Going twice. Going 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I'll vote green. I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Okay, Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Senate, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes
Can
green.
you hear me?
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable
Green.
Raymond Smith. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is, don't share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Speaker, vote the Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Speaker, with the vote of 17 in favor, 2 oppose, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues on the report, 17 in favor, 2 oppose, and speaker not voting, motion carries.
Motion to adjourn. Recess.
Colleagues, we're back on to old, well, no, there's no old business, but new business. Legislation 0152-22, but I do believe Chairman Edmund Yazzie did the motion to recess. Chairman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Chairman Edmund Yazzie, there is a motion to recess for the day. If this does pass, colleagues, we have we will come out of recess at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Day 2. Remember, colleagues, we do have 2 more days, but there was also a request to have a caucus. And I don't know if that caucus request is collectively, or I've heard the caucus request was for the agency level too as well. So maybe if this does go into that, then we will set a time for having maybe a caucus moving forward. And the reason why is because I just got some information that from Office of Legislative Counsel, that if there are enough amendments right now, colleagues, requests to actually have a negative impact on the permanent trust fund excess income, to utilize the entire amount of the income. So just FYI, colleagues, and that information can be dissolved if there is a call with Office of Legislative Counsel. There's a motion to recess at 3:22. We would be coming out of recess at 10 a.m. if this does come tomorrow, which is 9/8/2022. Is there a second to go into recess? Going twice.
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege.
Delegate Daniel, so.
Question of privilege. Well, I'm waiting for a second. Question of privilege by Chairman Daniel. So
That request for caucus, thought it was in reference to these projects that are regarding all the projects going forward, respective of the report that we just accepted. I couldn't unmute speaker, but you already recognized the motion, so I'm not even going to try to get my vote in. But the question of privilege, was that caucus request respective of all the projects that Vice Chair Slater outlined? And not necessarily respective of the comprehensive budget.
I think there was 2 outcomes of that. One of them is first outcome is working together with DCD and Mr. Paulson Chaco, is that they have stated that this is an ongoing process of working together with their own project managers to finalize a overall comprehensive shortfall listing that is not completed as of today. So what we're going to do is have a follow-up at the next NOPC EATIC committee meeting and see how far that is. And that next NOPC EATIC committee meeting is on September 22nd. On September 22nd. So we will have them online then on the agenda for further follow-up to see if they have completed that. The second one was the goal was about a caucus to understand, I guess, where colleagues stand on, do you want to move forward with depositing right now with the amount of funding that has been taken away from the initial amount of $27,911,000. There's been 4.4 million that's been given to the GWA to increase it from 2 to 5%. There's been 928,000 that's been given to the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration for shortfall assistance. There's been 974,000 that's been given to personnel at Office of the Controller for 4 employees and operating expenses, and 287,000 for Office of the Controller for 5 property management employees, preventing layoffs and operating assistance. If you minus all that, there's only $21,237,970 that's available. And I think the caucus was suggesting, do we move forward with that and say that the rest of the money goes into the UUFB, or collectively is this funding going to be utilized for additional amendments, which in this case, there are potential amendments that are going to be coming down over the next couple of days or tomorrow or the rest of today if we don't recess right now due to the fact that individuals are looking for additional resources to fund different departments, different programs, or any unmet needs in the local communities. Honorable Chairman Daniel. So I see the collective reasoning was trying to understand what the direction of the council was. Do we just move forward with the plan that was originally established and put the remaining amount of funding into the UUFB, or do we give individuals and colleagues that chance to debate their options to the council about utilizing the remaining $21 million that's part of that excess income? Chairman, so I hope I answered your question. That, colleagues, there's a motion to recess. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith?
Mr. Smith, is that a second?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith. Can someone read you? That there is a second. Colleagues, again, if this does move forward, would be into recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, 9/10/2022. That. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henry votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green.
Green. Delegate Green votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 15 in favor, 7 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, with a vote of 15 in favor, 7 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carries. We're officially in recess, colleagues, at 3:22 p.m. We will be coming out of recess tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Speaker?
colleagues. That's at 9/8/2022. I will be working together with Office Legislative Counsel to ask if it's possible to have this document publicized, which is what the request for amendment, so that everyone can see what is moving forth and Office Legislative Counsel is working on, colleagues. And if we get to go ahead, we'll send that document out as soon as possible. But again, colleagues, that permanent trust fund money right now is standing at $21,237,970, just for the record. Almost later.
Thank you, Speaker. So are you now going to conduct a caucus, or if you are not able to, can you make a Zoom line available and email it out to the council delegates, and we can organize among ourselves to discuss this?
Thank you. I was just not talking to Office Legislative Counsel. We can start one a caucus for individuals that are wanting to caucus. I don't know, again, there was a request to caucus by agencies. I don't know if that's something that they want to do, but we will get a Zoom call. Kyron, Donovan, if you could get a Zoom call available, and then I don't know if you have staff available, get on.
I'll be on.
Miss Barbara right now. Well,
Can we agree on a time? Or we're gonna say 4
right here
o'clock?
at
People,
3,
20 minutes?
At 4 o'clock. Or 3:40, yeah, 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock work.
4 o'clock, yes. 4 o'clock, we'll send that out. Whoever wants to be on part of the caucus meeting.
Everybody better be on the caucus and not the PBR.
The PBR was last night. So I think everybody will be at the caucus.
I can't even recognize it in cowboy hat. I sent out
Speaker, when's your barbecue?
the Navajo
Huh?
Land Commission.
The barbecue,
When is your barbecue?
it's on Thursday, which is tomorrow. And that is at 3 o'clock.
Are we invited?
Did you get one of these?
Yeah, everyone, the whole Navajo Nation's invited. You're the first one, Shay.
We're gonna be in the chambers. Delivery.
I'm the only one that's gonna be in the chambers. You guys all be down there. Free barbecue at 3 o'clock. You'll be at the barbecue area. And that's usually usually across from,
Where's the barbecue?
It's right there on the fairgrounds.
we'll find out. All this is barbecue area.
So it's the same
Hey.
location here. So. here's your-
Have a good day, everyone. Talk to you later. See you when you see you. On it.